Good morning and welcome to the 6th Annual Academic Research Conference at the UCC. Under the theme, Harnessing the Power of Technology Through Innovation for Global Resilience. This conference is brought through the UCC, and I bring you salutations from the chairman of the UCC Board of Directors, Dr. Donald Rooms, UCC Board of Directors and Foundation Board members, Group Executive Chairman, UCC Group of Companies, Dr. Winston Adams, Deputy Group Executive Chairman, UCC Group of Companies, Mrs. Geraldine Adams, University President, Dr. Haldane Davies, University Chancellor, Professor Dennis J. Gale, the Most Honorable Professor Sir Kenneth Hall, Executive Vice President, Institutional Effectiveness and Research, Professor Bernadette Warner, Associate Vice President, Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Yvonne Dawkins, UCC Chaplain, Pastor Samuel Lewis, supervisors from the University of Sunderland in the United Kingdom, UCC Doctoral Honorees 2020, Dr. Leighton McKnight, Dr. Godfrey Dwyer, Dr. Sandra Reed, other specially invited guests, the judging panel for the undergraduate research posters, the learned research presenters, and all other participants in person and online, UCC faculty, staff, and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome again to the 6th Annual Academic Research Conference 2020 at the University of the Commonwealth, Caribbean. I ask you, those participating online, on our Zoom chat, and in person, to pause and stand with respect for the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. At this time, the University Chaplain, Pastor Samuel Lewis, will guide us through the invocation. As Pastor Lewis approaches, I will inform you that Pastor Lewis has been serving as the University Chaplain for 10 years and continues to lead the worship sessions for all university staff on Monday mornings.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Permit me just to share a short devotional with you before I pray that I think will set the tone for today. The title is There's More on the Way. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassion never fails. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Lamentation 3:22 and 23. God's river of mercy, writes Matthew Henry, run fully and constantly, but never run dry. His currents are new every morning. Just as manna fed the children of Israel daily in the wilderness, every morning we receive a new and fresh supply of God's mercy. It never runs dry. To have a better understanding of the beauty of the promise in these verses, it is good to know that the Hebrew word that translates as good deed really means goodliness, kindness, mercy, piety, kindly, and merciful. I hope that you have gotten the idea. When the scriptures say that God's mercy is new every morning, what it reminds us of is that regardless of how difficult the trials and challenges that we have to face today, sufficient grace will be available to us, sufficient mercy, sufficient kindness, sufficient piety, because the God who was faithful to his promises yesterday will also be faithful today and tomorrow. Why is that so? Because his mercy never ceases. I recently read a story from HMS Richards about this pastor that has this little church. And there was a very poor man in the church and a very rich man. And so the rich man donated some money to the pastor to share with the very poor man. So what the pastor did, he didn't give him everything at the same time. He gave him the money in installment. First, he gave him £5, and then on the envelope, he wrote on it, "There is more on the way." And then another time, he gave him another £5 and said, "There's more on the way." And he kept on doing that until the amount that he got from the rich man finished. And so it is with God's mercy and God's blessing to all of us. There's always more on the way. Don't you think that is how God's grace is? We received an abundant portion yesterday, but there will be a new portion for today, and there's more on the way for tomorrow. No wonder one Christian author puts it this way: the fountain of grace and knowledge is ever flowing. It is inexhaustible. What does this mean in practice? Well, if for some reason you have known the joy of God's peace, today more is on its way. If you have enjoyed the forgiveness of God, today more is on the way. If you have enjoyed his forgiveness, today more is on the way. If you have enjoyed his companionship, today more is on the way. Shall we pray? Shall we get into an attitude of prayer? Could you stand with your heads bowed, please? Our Heavenly Father and our God, we thank you for life, and we thank you for this research conference. We dare not move a muscle without seeking your help and seeking your guidance. So, dear God, we ask you to be with all the activities that will take place here today. May your name be glorified. We ask your special blessing on those who are online, that their connectivity will be good and they will benefit immensely from this conference. May all of us be benefited in some way or another. May the school grow from strength to strength, even as a result of this conference. Bless us now and guide us and direct all our activities. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Lewis, and for reminding us that in everything that we would have experienced positively, there is more to come. At this time, I would invite University President Dr. Haldane Davies to bring welcome and opening remarks. Dr. Davies was appointed President of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean on September 15th, 2022. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Educational Administration with focus on higher education from Andrews University, USA, and a master's degree in education. He is a business strategic planner, certified mediator, and Pulse practitioner, trainer, accreditation evaluator, competency assessor, and former member of the Baldrige Board of Examiners, and holds certifications in related areas from Harvard University, Cornell University, and University of the West Indies, and Yale University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Davies.
I am honored to have the privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you, and to ensure that as we move forward together, that we have the opportunity to have a meaningful and engaging conference here today and tomorrow. As we gather here, I'm reminded of the story of three researchers. One is psychologist. The second is sociologist. And the third, an anthropologist. These three researchers had the opportunity to engage in meaningful ethnographic research in a remote area of a community. They decided to contract with a local fisherman to take them from one side of the river to the other side. And so after having decided on a price, they all boarded his boat and started the journey across the river. But before they even got started, the psychologist started to talk and said to the fisherman, "Sir, have you studied psychology?" The fisherman scratched his head and said, "Psychology, what's that?" And so the psychologist started to talk about the mind and its intricate complexities. He also talked about thought patterns and all of those different things about the brain, and said to the fisherman, "Sir, if you haven't studied psychology, I'm afraid that you've lost half of your life." And before he was even finished, the sociologist chimed in and said, "Sir, have you studied sociology?" He said, "No, I've not even heard about something called sociology." And so the sociologist started to talk to him about matters related to the caste system and the class system and the society and changes and the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and said, "I'm afraid if you haven't studied sociology, you've lost half of your life." Now you could imagine that. Half plus half is what? That's a whole life. But even before he was through speaking, the anthropologist chimed in and said, "Have you ever studied anthropology?" "Anthropology? What's that?" He started to talk about human development and history and said, if you haven't studied anthropology, I'm afraid you've lost half of your life. Now you could imagine that's a life and a half, right? And so as they were journeying across the river, they realized that they were taking a bit longer than anticipated. And as they looked in the boat, they saw that the level of the water in the boat was similar to the level of the water outside of the boat. And then the fisherman turned to the three gentlemen, the psychologist, the anthropologist, and the sociologist, and said, gentlemen, have you studied swimology? They started to scratch their heads and said, swimology? What's that? And he started to talk about the backstroke and the breaststroke and the butterfly and said, I'm afraid if you haven't studied swimology, you're going to lose all of your life. Now, the goal in research here at UCC is not to allow us to lose our lives, but to encompass all of the information that is out there to be learned, to be gained, and for us to understand and to share with others around us. It is the opportunity for our researchers, our faculty, and our staff to be able to ensure that as we make discoveries, that these discoveries are relevant to our economies. In our quest to impact the economies in which our faculty and students reside, and to identify new discoveries to favorably transform life, UCC remains committed to expanding opportunities for research and development among our faculty and students. We are focused on research projects that enhance lives and provide an improved sense of direction for humankind. We endeavor to bring active relevance to the work that we do while adding to the body of knowledge that exists in the universe. We will indeed increase our full-time faculty complement and make adjustments to our teaching loads to the extent possible to ensure that our faculty, in particular, can earnestly pursue a full academic career of teaching, research, and service that is consistent with rank and promotion here at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. I will in the very near future announce the establishment of a research innovation fund with the requisite guidelines to promote additional support and seed capital for groundbreaking research, impact innovation, and entrepreneurial proposals that provide new knowledge while possessing the potential for revenue generation and cost reduction. I will also ensure that the UCC Journal of Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Technology is fully operationalized with its first publication, and that we are able to recognize the proceedings of this conference and subsequent conferences in that journal, in addition to other articles that will be published. We will endeavor to use the results of our research to better transition from a linear economy of identify, produce, use, and discard to a more circular economy of identify, produce, use, and reuse to help stay the impact of environmental changes on our fragile economies. I look forward to listening to the presentations and the proceedings as much as possible today, and to ensure that the information shared will be meaningful not only to me, but to all of us and to our wider society. As we continue to build out our research agenda, be assured that this institution will do its part to encourage our faculty to write research grants, acquire research contracts, and favorably impact the direction of society. We will also do our part to provide the support needed for success in research here at UCC. Therefore, at this time, I am honored to declare the UCC Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Conference open, and blessings to all.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Haldane Davies. We will be guided by your message and your opening remarks, and will endeavor to use research to encompass and enhance lives as we go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased that you are able to join us and hope that the information and the discussions throughout today, day one of the Research Conference on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Technology here at UCC will be of immense benefit to you. So today's program is broken up into various sections. And so the next section that we will be looking into is the research presentation from various doctoral candidates in the DBA program. As we go through, I would encourage that persons who are not only present here on campus, that you stay with us, but also in our online live Zoom room, that you stay with us, participate with us, write down your questions and ask them as we go through the program. And so that you would be enlightened, as Dr. Davies has asked us to be throughout this research conference. As we go into the DBA research presentation, I will introduce the first of the presenters. There are 5 presenters. I would remind each presenter of the time-bound basis of the presentation and kick off this segment by starting with Ms. Kesha Christie Walters, who will be presenting on tax avoidance among small and medium-sized entities, SMEs, a Jamaican context. Now I'll tell you a little bit about Mrs. Kesha Christie Walters. She is the co-founder and managing director of KCLH Full Business Solutions. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from Oxford Brookes University in London and a Master's of Business Administration from the Florida International University through the University College of the Caribbean. Mrs. Walters is currently a doctoral candidate pursuing a doctorate in business administration with an emphasis on taxation policies and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the first presentation from Mrs. Walters.
My name is Kesha Christie. I'm a DBA candidate of the University of Sutherland and UCC. My background is in accounting and finance, and my area of research is in tax avoidance amongst SMEs. My motivation for doing this research is because of my personal experience with the taxation system in Jamaica. It has been a journey. My other motivation is because of my professional practice, clients' experience with the tax administration system. Another motivation is to make a contribution to Jamaica from the experiences which I have garnered, and to have an implementation of a new and improved tax system, and also to add to the knowledge that exists in taxation. My research aim: given that there is no research in Jamaica on tax avoidance amongst SMEs, this research aims to identify and evaluate possible reasons or motivations for tax avoidance amongst SMEs, which represents 95% of the business sector, as posited by the World Bank 2020. What are my research questions? What do I intend to question? My research questions are as follows. I would like to know how prevalent is tax avoidance among SMEs in Jamaica. That's 1. 2, How and in what ways does SMEs' economic activities and conditions shape their tax avoidance behavior? 3, do taxation types or systems influence tax avoidance amongst SMEs, and if so, why? And is the enhancement of shareholders' value a determination of tax avoidance amongst SMEs? I know I'm going into uncharted waters, but let's see how it will turn out. The research objectives. From the research questions, the research objectives are to assess the prevalence of tax avoidance among SMEs in Jamaica. It's also to assess the ways in which SMEs' economic condition may shape their tax avoidance behavior. It also would like to assess whether taxation types or systems influence tax avoidance amongst SMEs, and if so, why? It also seeks to determine whether the enhancement of shareholders' value is a determinant of tax avoidance amongst SMEs. The literature review. What did the literature review reveal? What do we know? We know that there are different influences to tax avoidance, that they are not only economical, but social and psychological factors, as posited by Clark 2017. We also know that tax avoidance is an especially acute problem in lower income countries such as Jamaica. We also know that tax avoidance is a universal challenge as it is presented in both developed and less developed countries, as posited by the Clue 2019. We also know that tax avoidance transcends and is not limited to any one industry or sector, as posited by the OECD 2020. So this is why we're doing the research, to find out or fill the gap of what we don't know. We don't know to what extent tax avoidance is prevalent in Jamaica, and in particular amongst SMEs. We also don't know what tax types or tax system drives tax avoidance amongst SMEs. We don't know why SMEs prefer to invest in offshore countries rather than in Jamaica. We also don't know to what extent social, psychological, cultural, or other behavioral factors influence a tax avoidance behavior. Now, what are the theoretical frameworks that would underpin this research? There are two theoretical frameworks that underpin this research. It is one, an economic theory and a psychological theory. The economic theory that underpins this research is the ability to pay theory. It is an economic theory that was developed by the English economist Arthur Cecil Pihou in 1959. The ability to pay theory, as the name suggests, looks at taxpayers' ability to pay from their economic standpoint. As you know, in Jamaica, this would not be a good theory to adopt. There are sections of it which we have looked at, but this research has looked at bits and portions of the ability to pay theory. The other theory that underpins the research is the theory of planned behavior, which was developed by L. Agen in 1975. This theory is a theory that looks into personal norms, behavioral attitudes, cultural norms, and why people do what they do. Now, what is the significance of the study? I believe that the research will bring about answers to what we don't know, what we just discussed, what we don't know. It will also be important for practice, for those tax professionals and tax experts, because it can improve how SMEs operate. We also believe that the significance of the study would assist in formalizing the SMEs taxation process. I also believe that it will educate SMEs on the taxation process. We also believe that the significance of the study will also assist with improving fiscal policy. It will also increase government revenue collection, thereby enabling them to fulfill their overall mandate. It will also assist with enabling the government to implement taxation policies that can harness and improve the sustainability of SMEs in Jamaica. The methodology, the research design. How will we get the answers to the question? Now, the research, based on the sensitivity of it, tax avoidance, the research design was an exploratory qualitative design. The methodology that we will be undertaking is a qualitative case study methodology posited by Yin 2003. The method of data collection. How will we collect the data? We'll be using semi-structured interviews. What will be the sampling strategy? Our sampling strategy will be purposive sampling or judgment sampling, because we would like to interview the persons who have the knowledge about the industries. We would like to interview the persons who are in the tax administration system, so persons who are knowledgeable and understand the taxation system and leaders in the taxation system. The ethical procedures which would have upheld this research would have, and we would have ensured that everyone who participated in the research signed an agreement, a consent form. We would have ensured that we received ethical approval from the University of Sutherland to proceed with the data collection procedures. We would have also ensured that consent was given, whether prior to recording and on the day of recording. We would have ensured that the Data Protection Act was followed through for this research. So we would have upheld and maintained all the ethical standards and procedures for the research. Now, as it comes to the data analysis, our data analysis, based on the nature of the research, in order to maintain the rich data, we would have used a thematic analysis in order to get the themes throughout, the broad themes throughout for the persons that we would have interviewed. And coming out from that, we would have further looked at data points from each of the persons interviewed, and ensure that we have broader themes which would assist in the findings and conclusion. Where am I now? Well, I have completed interviews with participants such as ranking members from the Ministry of Finance, ranking members from the Tax Administration of Jamaica, owners of audit firms, fellow academics, executives from key industries in Jamaica, such as the transportation industry, the business process outsourcing industry, banking and finance. I've also completed my data transcribing and data cleaning. I have also analyzed my data and writing up the discussion and findings. What were the preliminary findings? The preliminary findings revealed that we need to have an education program on taxes for the masses. It also revealed that SMEs avoid taxes because they are not seeing the benefits of paying taxes. It also revealed that approximately 15% of SMEs are tax compliant. It also revealed that SMEs are considered by the TAG as the hard to tax sector. It also revealed that the Tax Administration of Jamaica intends to use technology to assist with bridging the gap in the hard to tax sector. Thank you. My name is Keisha Christie.
Interesting and intriguing tidbit on her research and where she is today on tax avoidance. She already has some very interesting outputs from her research. And I'm sure that I won't be the only one who would be interested to see what the final and final points of her research point to. Thank you so much again. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have an audience both here on campus at the UCC, as well as in our Zoom online chat room. And the chat, ladies and gentlemen, is open. So please add your questions. It will be open at the start and at the end of each presentation. So you have the access and the opportunity to engage with us as we continue live today. The next presenter is Mrs. Garcia Green McLennan. She is the Director of Student Financing at the University of Technology, UTech, Jamaica, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in business administration at the University of Sunderland, UK. Currently, she is an advisor to the UTech, the Jamaica Debating and Public Speaking Society, and is an adjunct faculty member at the UWI Mona School of Business and Management. Her topic today that we are looking forward to is leveraging human capital for organizational competitiveness, a multi-sector case study in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second presentation.
Good day, everyone. My name is Garcia Green McLennan, and I am pursuing the doctorate in business administration at the University of Sunderland. And my research is entitled Leveraging Human Capital for Organizational Competitiveness, a multi-sector case analysis of successful Jamaican companies. And what I'm going to do today is take you through the various chapters of my research, and you will see how I approached this study. So chapter 1 had the usual elements: the background, historical context, statement of a problem, aim, purpose, and the motivation for the study. So let's talk about the background. So Jamaica has been on a growth trajectory for the last several years, and there are a number of indicators that show that growth. Since 2010, as you can see from the screen here, from my excerpt from the IMF's 2019 report, or GDP has moved from a negative position in 2010 to continuous growth all the way to 2019, which is the pre-COVID period when this report was done. Additional unemployment and government debt is at an all-time low at the point in 2019. Another important indicator is Jamaica's performance on the stock market. Now, you know, we have been doing exceptionally well. And in 2015 and 2018, Jamaica was actually named the best performing stock on the stock market. And a big part of the country's success has been its knowledge-centric thrust for economic development, which has been a big push and is one of the key strategic priorities in the Vision 2030 plan. Now, this push for human capital development doesn't stop at the macro level, but can clearly be seen at the level of industry. So in terms of a context, one of the things that has been quite noticeable as a pattern is that there are a number of companies that are at the top of their respective sectors. And these companies have been pursuing particular people-focused strategies as a part of their enabled business strategies. And this has been a key part of what has been credited for the success the companies have seen. And so the issue here is that there's a need to understand how these successful companies are actually operationalizing human capital within the context of their own organization, with a view to developing a model that can be applied broadly in industry. So against this background, the aim of the study is to explore the concept of human capital development within an organizational context by examining how the various elements or dimensions, as they refer to in the study, can be leveraged to add value and improve competitive advantage. And of course, I'm using a multi-sector case study approach. So in terms of the sectors where the research is focused, there are 4 key industries that are included and 5 companies. Now, in terms of the banking sector, there are 2 companies that are in the study. All the companies pursue a differentiated strategy. In terms of the 2 in banking, one is innovation focused, one is focused on service quality. And I also have the insurance sector represented, and their differentiation is focused on premium product offerings. And the manufacturing representative in the study is focused also on premium products. And then I have telecommunications as the 4th industry. And again, you would expect innovation is the focus. So though it's not by design, all of these companies are focusing on a differentiated strategy with different areas of interest. Why is this study significant? It is significant because it has the possibility to continue to contribute to the existing body of literature on human capital development. But also there is industry significance because there is the opportunity to develop a model that can be practically applied to solve real-world problems in organizations in Jamaica. And of course, there is policy significance because it can facilitate the ongoing discourse around this issue of human capital development, both at the macro and the micro level. And all of that was dealt with in chapter 1 of the study. In chapter 2, I moved on to the review of literature, and I explored a plethora of literature, various scholarly works anchored mainly on 2 critical theoretical pillars. One, human capital theory, and the second is focused on the resource-based view of the firm, and specifically the VRIO framework, all of which speaks to the issue of competitive advantage. And then those 2 pillars are supported by theories in knowledge management, organizational learning, and organizational intelligence. Having done the review of literature in chapter 2, chapter 3's focus was on developing a conceptual framework for the research in its entirety. And so what you're seeing on my screen is a diagrammatical representation of how I ensured there was a connect between the findings of the literature review, the design of the study, both in terms of the pilot and the actual study, and then how that would have informed how the data analysis was done. So this presented a sort of blueprint or plan that ensured that I was very pointed in what I was researching, and that the findings were actually credible and reliable. Now, a big aim of doing a conceptual framework is to identify the gaps that would have come out of the literature review section or chapter. And for this study, there were 3 main gaps, and those are the focal points for the study. One, there was a number of inconsistencies and overlap in terms of how the concept of human capital was deconstructed. And remember, I'm trying to determine the elements. So the actual deconstruction of the concept is very, very important so that I can focus on how each element is operationalized. So of course, there is a need now to dissect the concept in order to identify those key elements which are going to inform how we move forward in the study. Secondly, the existing literature does not effectively address how exactly HC is operationalized. It speaks more in terms of its theoretical foundation as opposed to how it can be operationalized in the context of business. And that's what this research is aimed at. It is aimed at looking at human capital, HC, as it is termed, through the lens of the resource-based view of the firm and its implication for competitive advantage. And then the third gap is that although there's a plethora of literature on human capital, because the subject is as old as time, there isn't a lot of literature around small island states like Jamaica. And so, of course, the context specificity of this research will provide a specific application for countries like Jamaica. Having done the literature review, I could now clearly see a theoretical framework that was emerging, and I could distill to identify 3 main elements. Intellectual capital is element 1, social capital is element 2, and organizational capital as the third element. Essentially looking at the know-how that's in intellectual capital, the know that will be in the organizational capital in terms of the systems and the processes and procedures that exist. And then the social capital, which is dealing with the know why, the cultural context of the organization. Now, as a researcher, the part of what I did was to expand the model by linking those dimensions to the theories emerging from the VRI or framework in competitive advantage. And here you're seeing again a diagrammatical representation of how each dimension will be examined to determine how it adds value to the human resource, how rarity is considered, inimitability, and how the organization is set up to leverage the resources that it has in terms of its people resources, so that the organization can move from a position of competitive parity, where it's operating on the same level as its competitors, to a point of competitive advantage, and dare I say, possibly competitive superiority over time. Based on what would have been done in the conceptual framework, I could now connect clearly with the research design. So chapter 4 was focused on the methodological approach that would support the research. And the central research question then is, how is human capital being leveraged in a set of top performing Jamaican companies? And that was supported by 3 main sub-research questions. One, I needed to know what are the key management systems that were in place in these organizations to leverage the intellectual capital that's latent in the people resources. 2, what is the approach used by each organization to build and enhance the social capital in order to improve the human capital value? And finally, what strategies have been employed to drive the development of organizational capital towards improved competitiveness for these companies? In terms of my philosophy, or the philosophy that guided the research, well, the research is grounded in interpretivism. And that means we're looking at it through the lens where organizations are seen as complex, socially constructed entities that have multiple interpretation. Therefore, I didn't approach it from a quantitative perspective, because this sort of inquiry would require something that's more naturalistic, humanistic in its construction, where I'm focused more on the deep interpretations and perceptions based on narratives. And here, based on the type of research, the axiology that would guide it is that there would be some inherent subjectivity and empathy in the process of data collection and how the researcher would interact with the participants. Based on that, the methodology of the research is therefore a qualitative one, where we're focused on using inductive reasoning and qualitative methods. So in terms of the actual approach, it's small samples, in-depth interviews, focus groups as the main method of data collection. And based on that, as I mentioned, inductive logic would guide how the research is done, where it started with some specific observation, moved through to pattern recognition, data analysis, and then theory development. An important thing that was ensured in this study is that there is a triangulated approach, especially because it's qualitative. So there was a triangulation of methods to ensure that several methods were used. There's document analysis, the focus group sessions, and then expert interviews. Additionally, triangulation was done at the level of how the organization is operated. And so participants in the study for the executive, the expert panel were from the executive level of organization, meaning CEOs, managing directors, presidents. And then for the focus group sessions, we had senior management, admin management. So 3 levels of management were represented in the study. And then in terms of expertise, there was a mix of head of company, head of people management, and head of strategy. And that would ensure a level of robustness and credibility in data collected and the findings that would emerge. The process of data collection included designing semi-structured open-ended instruments for the interviews and focus group session, linked, of course, to the theoretical models I outlined earlier from the literature review, and then developed the various documents, the research guide, interview protocols, consent forms, to ensure that the anonymity and confidentiality of these companies that participated in the study were safeguarded based on my ethical responsibilities as a researcher. And then I moved into data collection using At this time, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, those were the two video conferencing facilities that I utilized, as they were done primarily online, virtually. Now, in terms of data analysis, the technique used is based on the theory by Miles, Huberman, and Saldana, and it has three main stages: data reduction, where the data moves from large transcripts that are reduced to ensure that they're manageable and that the data is intelligent. And based on that, we can now create some prioritized codes. From the data reduction phase, it's time to move into the coding. Now, the coding that was done using a software called NVivo, which was designed for qualitative study. And I went through 3 levels of coding: open coding, axial coding, and selective coding. And at the end of the process, I moved from 2 main nodes to 61 synthesized codes, which would be based on the themes that would have emerged from the data. And this would allow me to do the thematic factor analysis to be able to come up with those findings that would support the research at the end. What you're seeing on the screen now is the report, which would have shown the coding structure of those 61 codes I mentioned and how they were coded throughout the process. Several reports were generated. The one on screen is just showing the number of transcripts, words, paragraphs, all of that qualitative data, which would have been analyzed. And then I was able to move through to create specific classifications, as I mentioned, based on how I triangulated the data. So I could classify the data based on the industry the participants came from, based on the expertise the participant offers, and also I was able to triangulate based on the data source, whether it was a focus group versus the expert interview. Having done that, I now was able to generate some findings, and I'm presenting the findings here at this time. So in terms of the participants in the study, we can see here from my chart that 50% of the participants were actually from the banking industry. That was the largest part of the grouping. And then 25% was in insurance, 17 in manufacturing, and 8 in telecommunications. In terms of the other classification, the data display is showing here what was the specific competitive strategy that the company pursued. I already stated that they all are pursuing a differentiation strategy. But here you can see which companies dealt with innovation, service quality, or premium products as the specific differentiated strategy. And here is the same data represented in another format. So at the end of the day, I could triangulate based on 4 levels of analysis: the data sources, the competitive strategy, the expertise, and the industry. And that then allowed me now to analyze all the data on 4 levels. And here you are seeing the findings of the word frequency analysis. And you will be seeing what terms or phrases or words were most frequently used. And they are listed at below each of those word clouds as keywords. These keywords would then be analyzed in a quantitative way to say how many times. So for example, knowledge was used 443 times, and it would show the weighting, and it would show how it was used across the 3 dimensions that I mentioned earlier: intellectual, social, organizational, and then all the various classification. Having done that, I then took each of those key phrases and moved to a word tree analysis, where I take the root word and look at how it was used, the context, specificity, what was said before and after. And then I was able to develop a grid of the key themes that emerged from the research. So for example, for some of the companies, we will be seeing for example, here, that they have a knowledge repository, digital space where knowledge is actually retained, deposited, and pulled from. There are physical libraries and digital libraries. There's knowledge in terms of analytics. One particular entity has a full corporate university set up parallel to a university such as this, with deans and heads of school, and all of the schools are linked to a key strategic pillar that the company is pursuing. So I've just taken one of the strands, which is knowledge, to show you how that would have played out in terms of the intellectual capital dimension. And what the findings show is that these leading companies have two main strategies that pull on intellectual capital. One, to manage knowledge in the organization, and the other one to manage talent. And that is coming from the issue of having tacit and explicit knowledge in each individual, knowledge that we clearly use every day, and the one that is latent in the individual. And so the diagram is showing you the different strategies that were drilled down from knowledge acquisition to retention strategies to transfer and apply that knowledge to solve organizational problems and to move it from people to system and back from system to people. And then there was specific focus on training and development and team engagement. And so that was done for each of the dimensions. You see the social capital dimension on the screen now, where there were two strands. There was a focus on organizational learning and a big focus on organizational culture. And then for the final element, which is organizational capital, you're seeing that the organizations built up two key areas: dynamic leadership and dynamic capabilities. And that dynamic leadership, in terms of how it operated, these organizations focus on strategic oversight of human capital at the board level. Nothing is left to chance. So HR is not an implementing department. It has a strategic alignment all the way up to the board and the governance of the organization. And so the picture you're seeing is just a representation of some of the key initiatives that would have been undertaken by this organization, these organizations, I beg your pardon. And what I was able to do at the end was to do like a concept map, which would pull all of the different elements together in an integrated way, so we could see what were the elements in terms of the findings coming from the intellectual capital dimension, the same for the social capital dimension, and also for the organizational capital dimension. Having done that, the findings point to a three-tiered approach to how these companies are driving competitive advantage and improving profit. One, there is a focus on the people element, which is the intellectual capital in the organization. And there are specific strategies around recruitment and talent management. So once you find the right people and you have ensure that they have the right knowledge, there is now the focus on the internal processes, which is an integration of intellectual capital and social capital. So here are where you see the knowledge management systems and creating a culture of learning that is very natural within the organization. With those two together, there then is the emergence of a performance at an optimal level based on the dynamic capabilities that the companies would have now developed over time. And those things are used to then drive profit. And based on those findings, I'm now at the point in the research where I'm writing the recommendations and conclusions, which is where the model would be then applied in a way that organizations can actually utilize this information in terms of how they would approach competitiveness in their own organization. And at this point, I'm at the end of the presentation. I would just take your questions and answers if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia Green McLennan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause for her presentation. Organizational competitiveness is a topic that affects all of us, as we are all part of the human capital, aren't we? And we are receiving your questions, and the presenters, we encourage that you will remain online in the chat room to answer those questions as they are received. And we'll move to the next presenter, Ms. Renee Gravely. She is currently the Managing Director of Oasis Healthcare and Pharmacy, which is a multi-specialty organization that provides private care for a wide variety of both specialist and medical consultations. Currently, she is a DBA student at the University of Sunderland as well, with emphasis on case study research within healthcare organizations. More specifically, she is investigating the implementation of e-prescribing to mitigate medication errors within private practice. Ladies and gentlemen, her topic specifically is investigating e-prescribing as a quality management tool to minimize medication errors in private community healthcare, a case study of Oasis Healthcare Pharmacy. Ms. Renee Gravely, our third presenter. Please welcome her.
Good day, all. My research deals with medication errors and the system of e-prescribing. My topic that this analysis is focusing on is trying to investigate e-prescribing as a quality management tool to minimize medication errors in private community healthcare. This is a case study of my own Oasis Healthcare and Pharmacy. Now, what is the gap in this research? The gap is that current methods for generating and communicating information about medication and patient harm are inadequate and contribute to the incidence of errors. I also want to present some recommendations based on healthcare professional efforts to bring about change that is more likely to contribute to decreasing prescription-related medication errors. So what am I trying to achieve from this research? What am I achieving is that there are some principles, some practices, some techniques of quality management system, and more specifically, I'm looking at e-prescribing, how this system could facilitate interoperability of information to decrease the incidences and types of medication errors that could potentially cause patient harm. What the literature shows us is that some of these solutions to the consequence of this gap that I am trying to narrow is something such as incident reporting system. This could be in the form of voluntary or mandatory reporting system. And what we see is that some of the public sector organizations, healthcare organizations already have a mandatory reporting system. However, in the private sector, that is a bit lagging. Standard reporting tools, manual or system generated, as well as electronic prescribing. Electronic prescribing is the e-prescribing, or the system in which it generates information of the medication. Now, what is the contribution to the holistic body of knowledge? This study will contribute to the general body of knowledge regarding patient safety and specifically contribute useful information about the phenomena of medication errors that occur during outpatient care, thus fulfilling a gap in current patient safety literature. Now, in order to narrow this gap, I have 3 research questions that I would like to investigate, that I am investigating. The first question deals with the effectiveness of what is the current system that we have. The current system that we have is the manual paper pen sort of situation. So I'm trying to say now, yes, so the introduction of e-prescribing can reduce the types of errors in the prescribing process. What is the main aim? The main aim is to illustrate where and how safety can be improved in the prescribing process through the framework of quality management e-prescribing tool that may provide essential outcomes to minimize identified errors. The objective of this is that I'm going to be using data from the general practitioner specialists and other medical professionals from semi-structured interviews with a view of addressing and suggesting possible solutions to minimize medication-related errors. Additionally, a main objective for the question 1 is that I'm going to synthesize and present evidence from these healthcare professionals towards a view of implementing e-prescribing in the community outpatient setting. Now, the second research question deals with the management and the leadership. How is the culture in the organization that can help to reduce the incidence of medication errors? So this question will not necessarily look at the culture, the Jamaican culture, but an organization culture as it regards to patient safety. How aware or how cognizant are the healthcare professionals in regards to managing patients and how vigilant are they in terms of creating a safe atmosphere for the patients. The aim of this is to identify and critically appraise the available evidence of healthcare professionals' perceptions of the e-prescribing tool as part of the organization, patient safety culture, and recommendations on the initiatives to reduce prescribing error. And what is the objective of this question now is that I'm going to analyze the organizational constraints based on what the primary literature looks at and recognize that, right now, currently we have a structural and system level contributing factors that could be why these errors are continuing. Now, the third question that I will look at holistically is the cost. You cannot look at anything or any implementation without a cost. And so the question was, is it cost effective to integrate e-prescribing as a quality management tool in preventing medication error in community practice? What is the aim? And the aim that I'm looking at is that, is it cost efficient? Now, this is an e-prescribing system, so there's going to be added cost. But currently, what we use is a paper and pen. So it is less budget on the organization. So have a paper and pen sort of situation. What is the objective that I'm trying to find here? That triangulate the data to see what is the estimated cost. Is it going to be related to the morbidity, more mortality, as opposed to the cost of the system? So it is a costly system. However, we're just going to look at the research from the perspective of, is it more costly to look at it from the patient's perspective of mortality and morbidity, or as opposed to the organization's perspective that you can just have this system, invest in the system, because the returns of investment is going to be shown over time, not necessarily right now. Now, some background is that medication errors, what the literature says is that theory 2018 shows us that there is a common cause. So medication error is a common cause of patient harm. And patient harm deals with medication errors. It can be looked at from the perspective of prescribing the medication, dispensing the medication, administering the medication, or monitoring the medication. However, because of the time frame of this research and this dissertation, the researcher will only be looking at prescribing medication errors in the prescribing phase. And another background is that from the World Health Organization, it shows this percentage that approximately 67% of hospital admissions appear to be medication related. So some medication error that has occurred, that has led to the patient to be admitted in the hospital. Again, we're looking at the World Bank 2020 that Jamaica is an upper middle income country, but even though it's a status of upper middle income, in the healthcare sector, it is struggling in growth, and because of high debt and exposure and external shocks, the healthcare industry is not able to move forward, it's not able to propel forward, and as such, a system that can help with patient care is not able to become a fruition. The researcher is therefore proposing that quality management system tools such as e-prescribing could in part minimize medication errors in primary care. Okay, and therefore, one thing that I should highlight is that e-prescribing in Jamaica only became legal in 2022, July of 2022, this year only. And even though it became legal in Jamaica in July 2022, many other private entities were already doing some form of e-prescribing. However, in the public sector, I can say in hospitals, they have rolled out, in hospitals, basically, they have rolled out their own e-prescribing. However, for the private entities, this only became legal in 2022, July. And what the literature is saying also is that although there's no uniform definition of medication errors, the underlying thing is that it is a preventable event that may cause or lead to inappropriate medication use or patient harm while the medication is in the control of the healthcare professional. And what we see from Nicholson, 2018, is that the prescribing practices in Jamaica, specifically Jamaica where this research is being conducted, has been shown to be problematic. The research also shows that McFarlane 2018 says that this problematic prescribing could be attributed to poor environmental conditions, short staff, and poor education, inadequate training, and lack of knowledge and skills, and weak medication systems. So this also could exacerbate why medication errors continue to prevail. Now, there are certain types of prescribing error that this research will focus on. These are incorrect strength, wrong drug-to-drug interaction, absence of drug strength, incorrect dosage frequency, incorrect duration, incorrect name of drug. I'm focusing now on why would these prescribers not know the incorrect strength, the wrong drug. They have always been prescribing these drugs, and yet still it continues to be a problem. And what this research will also show is that e-prescribing can be used to decrease the above mentioned errors. And this is from a Circular 2021. What does the literature review say about Jamaica specifically? That Jamaica has 80% of non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases such as obesity, hypertension, and those are diseases that, because of lifestyle. And so in terms of how best you can not have medication errors, which such as drug-to-drug interactions, we also have to look at the lifestyle of the percentage of Jamaicans who are dying from these non-communicable diseases, and also how the prescribers have been prescribing many drugs because of the patients that they see. So medications are mostly prescribed by doctors for persons with non-communicable diseases, but what you find is that they're writing more than one medication, and with more than one medication, you see that it has the propensity to have drug-to-drug interactions. So when you have a system wherein the people there have more than one to be prescribed more than one drug, and 80% of the deaths are from non-communicable diseases, then we realize that medication error, there's some failure. It's complex, but it's an interconnected because of the processes of how prescribers prescribe the medication. Now, the system that we're looking at is that the people versus the system. Now, we can have effective people and an ineffective system, as well as vice versa. We can have an ineffective person with a great system, and yet still medication errors continues. But what we want to know now from this research is the trade-off between the risk and the benefits. And there are many risks to medication errors. Medication errors in terms of mortality, injury, and unplanned hospitalization. Now, from this research, we also see that there are many prescribers who will overprescribe antibiotics and overprescribe inflammatories. And because of this overprescribing, it also leads to medication errors. Now, with a critical analysis, it is evident from the literature that medication errors are not only problematic, but they continue to plague healthcare, even with applicable medication management tools. So we look at it from the perspective also from the developed countries that they have already some systems in place, some e-prescribing systems, some clinical decision tools in place. However, it still continues that there is going to have there will be some medication errors along the way. Now, when we look at it from a theory of human error, we look at it from the fact that irrespective that even though there is a great system in place, the theory of human error shows to us that it's still going to make errors because humans have to be the ones that are operating the system. If you put garbage into the system, garbage will come out. The theory of human error shows us that the four main errors that occur are slips, which is the failure of attention, lapses, example, failure of memory of a medication, mistake, which can be rule-based or knowledge-based, violation of rule or procedure. And from this research, from my analysis, we're going to see that majority of these errors that occur were knowledge-based. Now, I use the Swiss cheese model to show us that irrespective of if there is a system in place or if there is the manual, the electronic prescribing system, or if there's a manual system where there's a paper and pen, we will still have errors will still occur. However, it's just minimizing the errors. So here we have the cheese that is presented, the cheese being the physician, the pharmacist, nurses, and patients, different departments. However, holes in the cheese will suggest different aspects of the department that will be making the errors. So some errors can be poor handwriting, incomplete information, unclear labeling, high workload. So the errors are so varied that you may not know where the errors come from. But however, the error will reach the patients because of different aspects of the cheese and the model that if in line, then the error will reach to the patient. Now, what is the methodology that I'm using now? My methodology is a single case qualitative case study of a private primary healthcare outpatient institution. This case study stresses singularity and in-depth inquiry with a view of to fully contextualize some situations or themes. My epistemological stance is that of post-positivism. And why did I choose post-positivism? Because it accepts that, you know, the researcher and the researched are imperfect. So I do look at myself and say, okay, in life or in the rest of this situation, this research, this can be proved also, this can be proved different. The reason why this can be proved different is because the culture of the organization may be different, and there can be paradigm switches therefore. So I'm not looking at it that it has to be right. So I have used some quantitative aspects of a document analysis in which the researcher has statistically looked at the medication error rate from the prescriptions that from the year 2021, January 2021 to December 2021, and to interpret and to see how much of the medication errors has occurred and that we need to be aware of this. Now, I use the purposeful sampling in collecting data from individuals who have knowledge and experiences explicitly related to the study, and that is from Bernard 2017. So my participants were 3 general practitioners, 3 consultants, and 3 pharmacists that do work full-time in the Oasis Healthcare and Pharmacy. Now, the prescription pads that were necessary to the analysis of this research, and this was the first stage of the medication managed process. Now, the quantitative data from the document analysis in the form of records from prescription pads, this was analyzed just descriptively using IBM SPSS. Just as a simple statistic run descriptive statistic that was analyzed using IBM SPSS. So in order to know the findings of the analysis, in order to have a more in-depth analysis, I used also semi-structured interviews from the 3 general practitioners, 3 consultants, and 3 pharmacists, 9 participants in total. Now the data analysis and results. Now healthcare providers enrolled in the study were between the ages of 30 to 55 years, employed full-time in the Oasis Healthcare and Pharmacy. Now the in vivo was used for thematic analysis from these semi-structured interviews. Now what the analysis dictated was to show us that 0.32% of medication errors occurred. And what this analysis also proved was that 67% of patients were treated for non-communicable disease. And what this is showing is that if 67% of patients are treated for non-communicable diseases, it just shows you that the prescribers will be prescribing more than 2 medications. And when you prescribe more than 2 medications, oftentimes what we see is a drug-to-drug interaction. And only 20% of patients were treated for communicable disease, and 30% were being treated for both non-communicable and communicable diseases. And if 13% are being treated for both non-communicable and communicable diseases, it just goes to show us also that the more illnesses you have, is the more medications that you will write. The more medications that you will write is the higher probability of making an error. And when you make an error, there is a tendency to see who the patients are. The patients in terms of, are they having renal failures? And most of these times when you're treating both non-communicable and communicable diseases, these are oftentimes the elderly that suffers most times from a weak immune system, renal failure, and it goes to show that it is important to have medication errors nipped in the bud. So what we also see is that the literature shows us that and writing from the prescriber oftentimes is illegible. However, from this data analysis, we realize that it is not so. It does not conform with the literature. The drug detected amongst general practitioner prescriptions were incorrect strength. So what we see is that 50% of these prescribers are prescribing incorrect strength. Wrong drug prescribed 14%, drug-to-drug interactions 4%, absence of drug strength 10%, incorrect dosage 6%, incorrect duration 4%, incorrect name 4%. However, because it is a small private, medium-sized private entity, there are certain things that we would not see, such as the incorrect name of a patient. So those things, even though the literature says it's more in line with a hospital rather than a private outpatient facility. And there is some bias also and some incorrect information with this quantitative analysis, because such things as incorrect drug strength and drug-to-drug interactions. Most times, if the pharmacist has intercepted these prescriptions, they will not be seen. And what we also see is that we do see that antibiotics and anti-inflammatories are overprescribed. And the absence of drug strains, even though it's a low risk for morbidity, it shows us that it's still classed as an information that we need to be looking at in more depth. However, what this analysis also shows us that during the year that was studied, the year January 2021 to December 2021, consultants made no error in the year studied. However, when analyzed from the semi-structured interviews, they admitted that yes, they do make errors, but very, very not frequently. And the results established in this thesis show a comprehensive understanding of medical practitioners and pharmacists' view of perceptions of safety culture, effectiveness of quality management, tools such as e-prescribing and medication error reporting, which provide valuable information to support the improvement of patient safety.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause on her research on investigating e-prescribing as a quality management tool. It was indeed very informative and jam-packed with details. And so we encourage Ms. Renee Gravely to continue her research. We are well into the DBA presentation segment of the research conference. We are more than halfway. And at this point, our next presentation comes from Mr. Adrian Dunkley. Adrian is a technologist and decision scientist with over 12 years of experience in data science and artificial intelligence across finance, travel, retail, marketing intelligence, and risk management. His passions are problem solving, science, and human-focused technology. Currently, he is pursuing his doctorate in lifetime value AI models. Adrian's ultimate goal is to increase opportunities available to all Caribbean and improve the global quality of life. Mr. Adrian Dunkley is here with us today and is going to make his presentation live on the topic, Customers, Your Best Assets, Applications of Artificial Intelligence to Maximize Customer Lifetime Value and Delight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dunkley.
Okay. All right. Morning, everyone, or afternoon, rather. Thanks for coming. So this is a special presentation for me. This is actually my first presentation live since COVID. So yeah, yay. All right. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So it's going to be a very non-technical presentation. I'm going to try and relate to everybody. I feel like the topic is very applicable to everybody's basically way of life and what you do. Pretty much customers, your best assets, sums everything up for my project is. And the idea is I'm trying to present a framework that ensures organizations and individuals appropriately value their customers across industries, across nations, and specifically we're going to touch on the unbanked and underbanked. Okay, so I'm going to start with this quote. Life presents many choices. The choices we make determine the future. So this is fundamental to my project and what I'm actually doing. And as I said, my name is Adrian Dunkley. And I guess the first thing is, why would I even start doing a project like this? What's important of that? So this is pretty much a culmination of the last 34 years of my entire life. So I'm 34 now, 35 next year. So the idea is I grew up around individuals in politics, law, salespersons, so different levels of ethics and interest in their clients, for good and for bad. was a big fan of science fiction, science in general. And I'll start from a very early age, the importance of providing value to individuals that you work with. So motivation, big, 1.7 billion unbanked internationally, globally, all right? So these are individuals that cannot get access to a loan because they've never had access to traditional financial entities. They don't even know what it means to get access to those things. And they're disenfranchised from the get-go. They don't have generational wealth. They don't have the knowledge in place. And unfortunately, the traditional approaches to assessing them for risk are not applicable. It's an inappropriate way to measure them because they don't have that financial information. So has anyone ever applied for a loan or credit card? You don't have to raise your hands if you're embarrassed. It's fine. Has anyone ever applied for a loan or credit card and not gotten it? Okay, all right. Has anyone ever been provided a product application that made no sense? Anybody got an email about buying a chainsaw 2 weeks ago? I do not know why I need a chainsaw, but a company that's supposed to know me sent me something for a chainsaw. I don't know why. And the big thing is there is a limitation on the side of the businesses. So we can't blame all of them for that. But the idea is they focus on high net worth because that's the biggest value add for what they're doing, right? So I'm trying to be objective from a research standpoint to understand why they're doing what they're doing and how to improve it, not just to get mad at them for not offering what we actually need, right? So the goal here is to provide a dynamic way of assessing everyone in here and everyone internationally, globally, in the Caribbean, all over the world, assess you in a way that is fair to you and allows you the ability to grow as an individual. That's extremely important, right? And then to put this in a nice, neat package that a company is not only incentivized to use, but will not take advantage of, right? So the idea is, if this framework provides an easier way for them to do things, they shouldn't be charging you high interest rates. They shouldn't be giving you a crappy service just because they know they can get away with it. They shouldn't be sending you a happy birthday message because they know that's going to stop you from churning. They need to do more than that. They need to provide more value on a consistent basis. So create an adaptive framework that maximizes the future value and delight of customers. So delight is pretty much getting something above your expectations from an organization. Unfortunately, this is a very relative concept because if an organization treats you bad for 5 years and then for 1 month, they treat you exceptionally, your delight is going to obviously increase. So we need a higher standard than that for them. But generally, the objectives are going to build upon each other. So expand customer lifetime value, which is the most globally accepted approach for valuing a customer. I'll get into why we're expanding it. Develop the methodology in a way to provide you with the best path towards financial strength and options. It's very important that you have options. And then the idea about a framework that they'll actually follow to always ensure that you're a priority for them because you are their best assets. All right, method. All right, so a framework called Understand Your Customer. The idea there is if you do not understand something, you cannot better it or improve it. A new value called Customer Equity Value, which is focused on not just the financial value of organizations to you, but also the benefit you get from them and your overall growth in a long-term period. And Customer Equity 3, the idea here is how do you get from the path of where you are now to a maximum in terms of what you can be financially and in terms of these products? How do these products better you overall as an individual? Okay, so with respect to literature, on the left, CLV, that's a general description of it. A lot of different ways to calculate, but the main thing is it's very focused on financial transactions, right? That's the main thing. How much money are we getting from you as a customer? Customer equity value is saying, okay, that is one component of it, but are you satisfied? Are you growing? Are your assets increasing? Are your liabilities decreasing? Are you delighted in general? All of these are weighted in terms of how we measure customer equity value. And one component of doing that is something called discrete choice models. So pretty much discrete choice model is basically a way to quantify why you make a certain decision. So why is it important that we consider that in this consideration of how much value we are? Because there's no such thing as a choice independent of another choice. So for instance, someone offers you a credit card when you leave school versus a loan. Which one is better for you? It may depend on your background. It may depend on your financial literacy. All of these things need to be put into place. Yes, they'll get more interest rate from you if you take a credit card, but it may not grow you and develop you effectively if you take a credit card versus a loan. So you may get access to the same level of credit, but in the long run, you basically have a huge debt that you have to contend with on a regular basis, right? It doesn't grow you and develop you as an individual. It doesn't take you to the next stage of life. So the idea here is, okay, why do you make certain decisions? And then are your decisions good for you or bad for you? Are they good for the organization or bad for the organization? Customer light, as we mentioned, above expectations. There are a lot of different measures for this. We're using a composite approach, which includes customer satisfaction as well as you not churning. Some variations of net promoter score, if persons are familiar with that. And deep learning models. So I guess everybody's familiar with machine learning. Pretty much you put stuff in, you get outputs. It's a very good way of automating processes. If you do it appropriately, it's very objective. If it's wrong, it will kill you. Just know that. It's not going to take over the world. I don't believe in that. I don't have enough evidence to say it's going to take over the world as yet. But I was in risk over a decade, and there's no such thing as zero probability. So plan for them taking over the world and factor that in, okay, over the next 20 years. So the reason I'm using machine learning is it's able to take in a lot of data and then find nuggets of useful value from it if you do it appropriately and respectfully of the domain that you're in. It is not going to replace individuals respectfully because it's still stupid. It's not that smart. It's just very efficient at doing things, very good at automating stuff. But we're using it to understand when you're probably going to make a decision, what you're likely going to do when you make a decision, and how good or bad is it going to be for you and the organization. All right, so this is the customer equity tree. So pretty much the idea is each of these, it's basically a graph here. I didn't want to get too much into that, but the idea is each of these lines represents a potential path. Each of the circles represent a decision that was made. And the colors, green is good, red is bad. The idea is if we can map this out beforehand, we can then determine what is the best path for you going forward. Excuse me. So we can optimize your lifetime through an organization until the point where you don't need to be with that organization again. Obviously, there's some ethical conundrums in there, moral hazards. And some results. So we're working with a few entities, financial, food delivery. And a really important part of this is it can't be just an amazing model that does this stuff if nobody can use it. So we're focused on MSMEs and corporate entities. It's very important that this framework can be applied to smaller entities. Because one thing is, if you just put this in the hands of the big people, they can just run out all of the MSMEs because they have a very good understanding of your customers, right? So we're trying to level the playing field. So there are a lot of business and practical implications that need to go into place. All right, not sure if you can see that. Oh, okay, not too bad. So this is one of the experiments that we run with a Caribbean fintech. And pretty much the big things that you get from these two charts is one on the left, it was able to find additional opportunities and it wouldn't have normally. It's very important, right? And the opportunities it found benefited the individual and the organization, right? That's the first thing. So the white bars on the left represent the perceived risk of these individuals, and the black bars represent the actual risk measured by default rate based on the actual models that we put in place and actually monitoring them. So what we've done here is that reduction you're going to see is really even though it's a reduction in terms of the bar, it's actually an increase in opportunity for the customer to get access to credit and also for the entity to get new clients in place. Now, the moral hazard here is, well, usually why do microfinance entities charge so much money other than they can and they just want to make money? Because they're trying to recoup your potential risk. They're expecting that most are going to run away with the money. So the people that stay have to pay for that. Now, if you provide them with a framework where that risk is significantly reduced based on what they can actually do, they're still probably not going to reduce the interest rates. So that's a moral hazard, right? But the idea is we're getting it. So that's why it's technically the regulation in place for that. The chart on the left now, we're seeing this line now is the approval rates versus default rates. So the idea here is the dashed line is the benchmark. That's currently what was going on. And then the solid line, thank you, represents what the model is able to accomplish. So what you're seeing is that shift to the right is more approvals, right? So more customers coming in and the downside risk actually going down, right? So you're benefiting from two dimensions at the exact same time. So what does that mean for the organization? Well, more money, more revenue. What does that mean for the clients? More opportunities, right? Well, obviously we couldn't force them to lower the interest rates, with respect to the effectiveness of it, a big thing you're going to see there in the bold is we're able to accomplish this with half the variables that they usually use, right? So that means less data, more accuracy, lower downside risk, right? And then using traditional customer lifetime value, because we still have to go a traditional approach for them, is a 32.7 increase in the value of customers long term, right? So you're getting more value out of your customers overall. And this is ensemble models, and I don't know if you want to get into that stuff, but pretty much I use a sequential model. The idea there is because you're with choice over time, you need to track sequences of events, right? So we use something called RNN for that. And then because we're interested in choice, we use decision tree models pretty much. And we combine those two things together to get an understanding of what you do as time goes by, but also how those decisions impact you. Okay, ethical considerations, very important. So with all the cool maths, AI stuff, the big thing is, how do you put that framework in place to stop people from doing bad stuff? So the first thing is discrimination. So this model can actually uncover discrimination based on gender and socioeconomic biases, but it is on the onus of the company using it to realize it's going on and then say, whoa, we need to stop this from going on. So the framework is going to have things in place, checks, balances and checks. But obviously it's going to be voluntary, right? Data protection and privacy, obviously, extremely important. Having access to all this data means there are possibilities for it to get leaked. So you need specific things in place around Data Protection Act, GDPR, having a data protection officer and reporting consistently to the board. And then the moral hazard, which is a big one of, are you doing something? Did you give the options to your customer that are the worst options? So that's where that tree comes in. You need a way to present things very easily to people, because if they can't understand their choices, you're doing them a disservice and they can't make an appropriate decision. That's very important. So a big part of it is actually going to be the visualization of the information. And strategic alignment, you may have to pretty much change your strategy if you're applying this framework in place, which I know you should start with a strategy and then shift it. That's how you should do it. You may find that your strategy has holes or gaps in it. Operational requirements, you need to make sure people can actually do this consistently. Data availability. So the approach is agnostic. You don't necessarily need to use deep learning. You can use other types of machine learning. I'm trying different experiments with reinforcement learning for limited data. But you want to give people options. And then technical requirements. So they need an enterprise data warehouse. They need a front-end platform. What are the requirements in general? And overall benefit is giving people the opportunity to make decisions that can better their lives. giving them that ability to understand what they're trying to do, giving companies access to a tool that they can use to keep their customers and grow them consistently, and expand beyond just financial metrics for financial health, because financial health isn't just about financial metrics. It's about everything else that comes along with it. Big ups to my supervisors. And thank you. Just this last one. So leave you this quote from Bruce Lee, one of my favorite. Become like water, my friend. The focus here is to be adaptive, and that's what we're trying to provide to customers and companies. Okay, thank you. You can clap now. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Adrian Dunkley, for your research presentation, where you are currently on customers being the best asset. Now, we continue to invite you, ladies and gentlemen, in the Zoom chat to stay with us and also to pose your questions. We do have, as you can see, presenters here in-house, face-to-face, first presentation since COVID today. So they are ready to receive your queries. We have a question and answer segment after our final presentation, which is coming up right about now, next. And so retain your questions and pose those so that we can share them and have them answered in the next segment. So our next and final presenter in the DBA research category is Miss Natasha Grant. Natasha Grant is a certified ISO 31000 internal controls risk analyst and risk management consultant with 10 years of combined academic and professional practice in the field of enterprise risk management, ERM, and business continuity management. Currently, she is a third-year doctoral candidate at the University of Sunderland, UK, pursuing her Doctor of Business Administration degree in Research Administration. She presents her research to date here today on the topic, is the Jamaican tourism industry ready to adopt ERM? Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome, Miss Natasha Grant.
A very pleasant afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. Quite a big shoes to fill to be the last presenter in this segment. However, I know you will all assist me today. All right, so overview, introduction of research topic, abstract, research objectives, philosophical paradigm, methodology and method. And I'll just be doing a pull-out chapter, main takeaways and my references. Now, I am so happy to introduce my topic. Is the Jamaican tourism industry ready to adopt ERM? A case study of the Jamaican reality. And the problem statement is, could implementing a value-driven, stakeholder-focused ERM framework be a key solution to mitigate against the devastating effects of concentration risks within the local tourism sector while boosting sustainability, resilience, and value creation? The current global environment demands a heightened need for risk management and robust business continuity strategies. This research aims to highlight the pitfalls of the traditional approach to risk management across industries and demonstrate why there's a need for a broader and more integrated approach to managing risks, especially in this era. Despite enterprise risk management being a better and more reliable approach, a critical analysis of literature indicates that there are gaps in ERM theory and within the actual practice of ERM in some sectors. There are many academic proponents arguing for the shareholders' value imperatives, but there's a clear gap in literature regarding the interests of stakeholders in general. The research, therefore, aims to demonstrate that ERM should be stakeholder focused as opposed to shareholder focused, and that ERM can be applied not just to shareholders within the financial services sector, but rather to all stakeholders across industries. The tourism industry, therefore, was selected to illustrate the applicability of the new stakeholder focused paradigm. The researcher herein seeks to explore whether or not the Jamaican tourism industry is ready to adopt ERM and a value-driven stakeholder-focused ERM framework as a key solution to mitigate against the devastating effects of concentration risks within the industry while boosting sustainability, resilience, and value creation. In summary, the paper seeks to highlight the pitfalls of the traditional risk management framework, also to highlight the negative effects of concentration risk within the tourism industry, to demonstrate the importance of adopting a robust value-driven enterprise risk management framework. Thirdly, to demonstrate the need for a new worldview on ERM that is, as I said earlier, a paradigm shift from shareholder focus to stakeholder focus. Fourthly, to demonstrate that the proposed new worldview on ERM has benefits for organizations and stakeholders across industries, to include tourism. And fifthly, to demonstrate the need to implement a value-driven stakeholder focused ERM framework. Philosophical paradigm. The pragmatist approach underpins this research. It is believed by this researcher that the pragmatist approach is more suitable to support the research topic as it constitutes a more practical and pluralistic underpinning, which gives the relevant flexibility to employ the case study methodology. According to Kaivunja and Kuyuni, pragmatism advances a relational epistemological stance. That is, relationships in research are best characterized by what the researcher determines as important and key in that particular study. This supports the pillars of the stakeholder theory, which forms the theoretical premise of the new ERM worldview being proposed herein. In order to assess whether or not value is being created for all stakeholders and where such value exists, to assess the impact of the value, the stakeholder theory promotes a relational epistemology between organizations and internal and external stakeholders. The pragmatist approach also provides the underpinning and flexibility to explore the relationship between tourism organizations and the tourism stakeholders and to assess how such relationship is adding reciprocal value. Methodology. The case study methodology was employed in this research. Case study approach attracts a level of fluidity, which is advantageous to the researcher as there is no set ontology, epistemology, and philosophical stance. This is very important for the fact that the pragmatist approach, which underpins the research, does not promulgate a set ontology and epistemological stance, Yin argued that case studies can be exploratory, explanatory, or descriptive in nature. As such, this presents the most potent opportunity for the successful study of the research topic while addressing the research objectives as outlined. Based on the unique nature of the Jamaican tourism scenario, where there are many linkages in industries, it presents an interesting case for investigation, exploration, and explanation of key findings. And as we have all learned, and as we all know in Jamaica, tourism is regarded as Jamaica's quote unquote bread and butter. The Jamaican tourism case is used to demonstrate the pitfalls of the traditional risk management and is simultaneously used to illustrate that ERM can benefit tourism, all its stakeholders, it and its linkages industry. The researcher, therefore, in this regard, will use the case of different stakeholders within and affiliated with the Jamaican tourism industry, that is, those in tourism and education, craft traders, those in ground transportation, hoteliers, GOJ policy implementers, policy makers, tourism financiers, to illustrate that implementing the value-driven stakeholder focused ERM framework, which is a framework being developed and proposed by myself, that it can positively impact the tourism industry and by extension, the host country. We all saw and felt the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still ongoing. And of course, we would have seen the impact on the Jamaican economy by extension. A qualitative method was employed. Data collection methods include semi-structured interviews and the use of a specially designed ERM checklist to collect data on the risk management practices, if any, within the tourism industry. The data collected in this research are analyzed through the process of thematic and content analysis. The thematic analysis, for the most part, is deductive in nature, where it is anticipated that there are pre-established themes based on the ERM theory and knowledge garnered through professional practice. Just to give you a brief overview of chapter 2, which I believe forms the epitome of the gaps being identified. Chapter 2 provides a critical review of ERM as a management practice across industries, and in particular, the tourism industry, and an interesting exploration of literature regarding the conceptualization of ERM and its components is done. So we're seeing in literature that within tourism, risk is perceived predominantly as something negative. And in this research, we're trying to change that thinking, that philosophy. In order to solidify this premise, historical realism is used to unearth the evolution of ERM. Essentially, the chapter considers what gave rise to the new paradigm. What are the core economic, social, financial, political, and other factors that drive the reality of ERM? The chapter further discusses the benefits of ERM across industries and suggests ways in which tourism industry, in particular, may benefit from the practice. The literature suggests that the rate of ERM implementation, particularly in non-financial industries, is low. As such, the researcher explores the main challenges with implementing ERM and further suggests key requirements based on existing literature and best practice for successful implementation and ERM maturity. The chapter is then concluded with the research objectives and highlighting the gaps. The stakeholder theory. Now, as I said earlier, the stakeholder theory forms the framework of the new ERM paradigm that is being proposed. Stakeholder thinking, as it is alternatively referred, is the concept by which, according to Freeman, the adoption of relationships as a means of evaluating how organizations impact stakeholders and conversely, and how the impact of these stakeholders puts the organization's management in a better position to understand and address issues of value creation, trade, ethics in capitalism, and the managerial mindset. The literature suggests that much attention is usually given to internal stakeholders, and in particular, shareholders. Quite often we think of risk management, we think of ERM, we think of creating value for the shareholder. But we're proposing herein that value creation should not just be for internal stakeholders, and in particular the shareholder. However, it should be for all stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders. Consequently, it is being proposed hearing that ERM should be embedded in a culture of equally creating value for both internal and external stakeholders, as I said earlier. This therefore drives the pertinent notion of the concept of interconnectedness, which forms one of the undergirding pillars of the stakeholder theory. are the main takeaways. The tourism industry was selected as a case study to demonstrate that ERM can benefit organizations within the non-financial sector. It is being proposed that ERM should be stakeholder focused as opposed to shareholder focused. The case study seeks to explore whether or not the Jamaican tourism industry is ready to adopt the new ERM paradigm. And also, the research aims to demonstrate that implementing a value-driven stakeholder-focused ERM framework in the tourism industry can promote resilience, drive value creation, and sustainability. I thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natasha Grant, for your presentation on the Jamaican tourism industry and its readiness to adopt ERM. The Jamaican industry is our industry, and so anything that affects us. So, as I promised, the last presentation was worth the wait, and we are now, ladies and gentlemen, at the final segment of the DBA research presentations, and we are ready to receive and engage with your questions and answers as they have been or will be posed in the Zoom online chat room, as well as right here live in person. So I know that there was a question earlier for our fourth presentation, Mr. Dunkley. Would that person like to pose the question to Mr. Dunkley at this time? Or was it asked and answered already? All right, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for all the presenters and especially those who are able to make it today. My name is Dr. Veronica Reed. The fourth presentation, I found all the presentations to be very interesting, but I especially had some questions, and I know that Mr. Dunkley had talked about some ethical issues, but I still want to talk about two of these things because the banking industry and that when you talk about the unbanked in particular, which I would love if you had gone into a bit more, but I know we have a time constraint. So particularly when it comes to the ethical issues, and these may just be things to ruminate and not necessarily things that you could answer at this point. So you talked about the algorithms, and we know that, as you said, garbage in, garbage out, when there's bias on the part of those who are making these algorithms, that usually shows up in the algorithm. Now, you mentioned the fact that the companies themselves would have the data. So they would be able, if they did analysis, to be able to say whether they were favoring some groups over others. But again, when it comes to the proprietary nature of algorithms, and again, you touched on the fact that we don't have a lot of the regulation that we need to have in countries like Jamaica, then I think that still big ethical issue is still there, because we're putting certain kinds of power in the hands of some companies. And if there's nothing done to regulate that, they don't have to tell us anything that is happening in terms of these areas. So that for me is still a big red flag. I know you talked about it. Something I didn't hear you talk about, which again is just potentially something to think about. When you have this data that you can already see, well, Veronica comes in, and when I put in all my data, this person is not going to be profitable. Mm-hmm. And in marketing, we do recommend that you have your A/B customers, your top customers, and you really do not invest a lot in customers that are going to be below a certain level, that are not going to be profitable. But if we are also thinking about something like banking and saying that it is so important for people to be banked, and if the banks then have this data that says some of these customers are not going to be profitable, again, coming back this ethical issue of where do we draw the line in terms of saying we are going on profits, and this algorithm is telling us that this group of people are not going to be profitable. Mm. So, you know, when we cut off these things, which is what we teach people in marketing, again, the power and the ethics when it comes from giving people this kind of knowledge and this kind of information, I'm very interested. I'm actually seeing more research that
Okay.
can be done. Thank
All
you.
right, great. Thanks for tabling that. So I was actually in corporate banking over a decade, first thing. So I'm kind of going against, call it red coat or whatever, I'm going against the traditional approach. I understand the limitations. I think the main thing is what is profitable? Who defines that? We have to redefine it for these individuals. So I fully understand what you're saying. And I understand the risk department or the finance department saying to marketing, don't go after these segments because they're not profitable because of this data and this approach that we took. But a lot of it is the bias. You can't use financial metrics on persons who don't have financial data. That's a really big thing. Or if you do, you cannot take this exact same approach. So if you use traditional risk metrics, traditional risk models, it's not going to work for these persons. And that's the reason why they continue being unbanked. Obviously, one is they may not really need, so they need to. You haven't incentivized them. I get that. But also, you're measuring them in an incorrect way that isn't representative of their capabilities. And it is my belief that these organizations have a responsibility to these persons to develop them to that point. So we get back to the regulation component. So a big thing is, despite these algorithms being proprietary, there are ways for regulators to test them. There is a certain level of training that they can do and certain data sets that they can get to actually test without getting full access to these models to determine if there's any gender socioeconomic bias, right? There are ways to identify it. It's actually been done quite a lot in social media as well. That's how a lot of us have realized that Instagram has had a sexist ageist algorithm at some point. People went in and there are approaches you can take. It's rough. It's an uphill battle, but we need the regulators to really push. I know that's not an easy answer for them, but it's really them putting pressure saying we need access to these things, and then they could hire UCC, for instance, to do a very expensive project if anybody's willing to jump on board with us for that. But thank you. Yeah, it's a very dangerous slope. There's actually a company that pretty much shut down recently because they took an inappropriate approach to unban. And people realized that they're actually very biased with respect to certain demographic groups, but they weren't regulated. We need regulators put in place. We need this data, these reports on a monthly basis. We need to understand how your profitability is impacted by the products that you recommend to persons. It's not necessarily going to stop it, but we're doing it in investment houses for decades. When it comes to trading algorithms, you don't necessarily have full access to the trading algorithm, but there are ways to check it. We can do the exact same thing with these credit models and product recommendations. I hope that kind of answered your question. Yeah, but thank you. Thanks for asking.
I'm seeing nods in the back, so I am sure that the answer hit home. Thank you so very much, Mr. Dunkley, for your response. And thank you for the question, Dr. Reid. Much appreciated. And I have been advised that we are still keeping the questions and answers segment open in the online chat room. And we do have a couple more minutes to receive a question if you would like to pose it at this time. We do hope that our presenters have remained with us so that we can have those questions fielded should they be posed. I see our guide who reminded us earlier to not procrastinate, quickly writing. So I'm not sure if he's currently writing a question that is to be posed at this time. I am going to say, I'm going to say that may not be the case. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we are going to thank you very much for your attention and for staying with us for the DBA research presentation segment of day one of the conference. And at this point in time, I will introduce and hand over to our second moderator, Dr. Yvonne Dawkins. And as she makes her way down, I will inform you that Dr. Dawkins holds a PhD in adult education and lifelong learning from the University of Nottingham, UK. She joined the UCC team in the late 2018 as Academic Dean of Undergraduate Studies. She has held the position of Associate Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs since 2020. As AVP Academic and Student Affairs, she is the Chief of Academic Office of UCC and leads the Academic Affairs team. Her other qualifications are in social administration and counseling, and she has worked in higher education in both Jamaica and the UK. Dr. Dawkins is committed to supporting lifelong learning and particularly identifying strategies to support adult learners. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yvonne Dawkins.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us in our first day of our research conference. Now, at this point, we are going to share some research work from our undergraduate students. And before I introduce them, I want to tell you a little bit about the process that we use with our undergraduate students. All our undergraduate students are required to do a major research project. The projects that you will see this afternoon will come to us from the Departments of Business Administration and Behavioral Sciences. You will also see some projects done by students in the Information Technology Department. So students generally work in groups and they complete an entire research project from proposal through to data collection and writing up their report. Their final presentations are judged by an adjudicating panel. The research presentations that you will see today were judged again by our conference panel. And later on, I will introduce to you our panel of judges. The chair of the conference panel will present the findings of the panel, and the chairman of our UCC board will make presentations to the top 3 presenters. So let me introduce to you the students whose research posters you are going to view. And our students would have been asked to complete their research presentation, to make a verbal presentation to a panel, and then to complete a research poster, a digital poster. And what will happen this afternoon is that you will be viewing the digital poster and hearing students narrate in relation to their poster. So we're going to be seeing the following groups: Angela Johnson, Paulette Nemhard, Shamish Lee, Kayan Johnson, and Shamar Lawrence. And their topic is financial impact and crisis response to the COVID-19 pandemic, a case study of Jamaica's cruise ports. Kadian Schroeder, Lisa Thompson, Kadeen Turnbull, Stephanie Wint, and their topic is an exploration of how training and development influences employee retention within selected organizations. Tatiana Johnson, Chevelle Johnson, the topic, the psychological, emotional, and professional experiences of probation aftercare officers who work with trauma victims in Kingston, Jamaica. Akina Brooks Jackson, and her topic, COVID-19 pandemic and work from home, a study of the relationship between online teaching and stress among kindergarten primary teachers in St. Andrew, Jamaica. Ricardo Richards and Patricia D'Souza, and the topic, a case study on dementia living in an old age home. And the last group, Raquel Warren Walker, Orville Raymond, Lisa Taylor Bennett, Stacey Ann Duncan, and Tracy Ann Facey. And the topic, the factors that affect loan preference in Kingston, Jamaica. Very diverse. And one of the things that we've always acknowledged with our students' work is always very relevant and appropriate topics. So I'm going to sit and give you an opportunity to view the presentations, and after which I will introduce you to the judging panel and invite the chief judge to give the feedback of the judging panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anita Brooks Jackson, and I am a student of the applied psychology. Today, I will be sharing with you my research titled COVID-19 Pandemic and Work from Home, a study of the relationship between online teaching and stress among kindergarten and primary teachers in St. Andrew, Jamaica. I'll start with the introduction. The pandemic caused a health crisis which forced changes to teaching style from face-to-face to online, a change from the physical classroom to invading their personal home space. With this new medium of teaching being forced upon teachers, there is bound to be some psychological repercussion. It is inevitable that teachers will undergo stress as a result of online teaching. Balancing work-related matters and family life can become burdensome and lead to stress. Work-related stress is the response people have to work demands and pressures that are not matched to their knowledge and abilities and which challenge their ability to cope. And this is according to Licker et al. 2003. The study aimed to provide academic research on the correlation between online learning and stress for primary and kindergarten teachers in St. Andrew, Jamaica. The objectives of the research include examining the correlation between teaching online and stress for kindergarten and primary school teachers, identifying the effects of stress and the emotional changes in teaching in kindergarten and primary schools, measuring stressors experienced by teachers in kindergarten and primary schools, presenting statistical representation on online teaching and stress on kindergarten and primary school teachers. Research questions include: what are some of the effects of stress experienced by kindergarten and primary school teachers as a result of teaching via the online medium? What are the differences between the online medium and the face-to-face medium of teaching for kindergarten and primary teachers? What are the coping mechanisms used to deal with these psychological issues facing kindergarten and primary teachers? Lastly, what resources are provided by the governing body to support kindergarten and primary school teachers? I'll share a bit of the literature review. Teachers working from home are exposed to specific psychological risks, which include isolation, blurred boundaries between work and family, as well as the pressure of maneuvering a new system. The psychological impact may include low mood, low motivation, exhaustion, anxiety, and depression. While physical reactions include digestive problems, changes in appetite and weight, fatigue, headaches, and other unexplained aches and pains. In the initial stage of the pandemic, some teachers felt that they had more time to spend with students. However, with the demands of online requirements, teachers reported that they became burdensome with the workload, which had a negative impact on their mental health and well-being. By conducting research on this area, school administrators would be provided with critical information on how stresses affect online teaching, as well as its impact on teachers' mental health. With this knowledge, they would be able to implement resources to address this issue. Moving on to the methodology. Research perspective and design. The research carried out a systematic investigation to discover how online learning contributes to teachers' stress levels. The study used the quantitative research technique, which is objective in using statistical and mathematical expressions to quantify data collected. Two variables involved are the online learning as a dependent variable and stress as the independent variable. Sample size and population. 25 participants took part in this study, include both males and females, and they were between the ages of 19 to 65 years old. The sample was taken from 2 primary and infant schools within St. Andrew, Jamaica. Teachers were sent the survey via the teachers' school WhatsApp group, in which they were prompted to provide responses to the question posed in the Google survey. Data collection instrument. All participants consented to participate in the study. A questionnaire was created using Google Forms. It included open-ended questions which provided responses to select form. The survey also included a perceived stress scale from Korn S 1988. The Likert 5-point scale was used with a range from 0 to 5, with 0 representing never and 5 representing very often. All participants were administered the same instrument with test items taken from established stress scales. Sharing a bit of the results now. 56% of the respondents said they prefer face-to-face teaching as opposed to online teaching. Barriers experienced by teachers included excess noise, long hours in teaching sessions, students not participating in activities, unstable and lack of internet access, as well as challenges with computer literacy. Online learning was considered stressful by most of the respondents, which included a whopping 56%. In analyzing the data, it was reported by teachers that the challenges experienced contributed to their increased stress levels. Majority of the teachers said they preferred face-to-face teaching as opposed to online teaching. The teachers responded highly to being stressed. However, most were able to effectively control their stress levels by seeking mediums to relieve their stress. Our study met our objective, as online teaching did contribute to stress levels of both kindergarten and primary school teachers. However, more technological training is needed by teachers to effectively incorporate software applications and teaching resources in their curriculum. In concluding, the barriers faced by teachers during online teaching impacted their psychological well-being. However, they were able to find coping mechanisms to relieve their stress. In an effort to prevent work-related stressors on teachers, administrators need to implement counseling sessions where teachers would be able to express their feelings and gain resources to help their mental health. While this study is a reflection of a small subset of the population, the problem has been identified, and with more intense research, solutions can be formulated to protect the mental health within a professional space for teachers. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angela Johnson, and on behalf of my teammates, Shamar Lawrence, Shamesh Lee, and Paulette Nemhard, I'll be presenting an overview of the research paper, Financial Impact and Crisis Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of Jamaica's crew sports. Several factors influence the choice of this research topic. We found that the Caribbean plays a major role in global cruise tourism, with Jamaica being a leading cruise tourism destination. In fiscal year 2018-19, the industry generated an estimated $181 million from cruise business spending locally. And this vital sector was disrupted by an unprecedented risk event in December 2019, the coronavirus, which disrupted international travel and tourism. The suddenness of the spread of the virus allowed no time for planning, and consequent on the CDC's no-sail order, the local industry shut down in March 2020. This study examined a number of issues for which no prior research existed. That is, the financial impact of COVID-19, the governing agency's response to the crisis, and whether crisis management models were considered relevant by local stakeholders, such as craft vendors, transport and attraction operators, and restaurant operators, etc. Two research questions were addressed. Firstly, what was the financial impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Jamaica's cruise ports during their closure between April 2020 and July 2021? Secondly, what were the key actions pursued by the port's management for the recovery of the local cruise tourism industry as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic? This study was significant because addressing these issues would allow for further understanding of the financial impact of COVID-19 on the industry and the utility of crisis management in tourism. The literature review examined cruise tourism, risk events and risk management, crisis management best practices, and two sets of crisis management models. One, the Integrated Crisis Management Framework by Lee and Fye, which predicts that crisis management will follow specific phases of a crisis in a linear sequence. And two, the Alternative Butterfly Competitiveness Model, otherwise known as the Chaos Theory Model by Altony and Kozak, which predicts that tourism systems will be pushed to the edge of chaos and that there are no specific sequences to be followed. We employed a single case study strategy based on an interpretive-based, constructivist worldview. We examined the agency's crisis response decisions, actions, and approaches to reopen the ports. We conducted virtual semi-structured interviews with 6 managers and analyzed corporate records, media articles, and industry news. Otter AI transcribed their virtual interviews, and NViva software was used for thematic analysis. We used triangulation and explanation building to ensure that the data acquired was useful for research. We found 3 sets of findings. Firstly, there was an adverse financial impact. The pandemic created an interrelated public health, social, and economic crisis for cruise lines, cruise ports, and the local landside value chain. The economy lost several $million in US revenues, and social containment measures stifled economic growth in the industry and imposed high economic costs. For example, Carnival, a major cruise line, was forced to restructure its fleet. Globally, jobs supported by cruise tourism declined. Some transport operators fell into debt, and a few died supposedly from stress. Secondly, there was a period of hibernation, innovation, and recovery. The governing agency quickly assembled a crisis leadership response team whose efforts entailed collaboration and information sharing with other critical team members and stakeholders, such as the Ministries of Health and Tourism, TPDCO, CDC, the WHO, and cruise ship operators. A cruise port protocol for the resumption of cruise in Jamaica was drafted, which successfully guided the phased reopening of the ports in August 2021. Thirdly, the pandemic contributed to evolving understanding of risk and crisis management in relation to the local cruise ports. There is now at the governing agency the incorporation of public health risks in port security, an ERM framework, and formal crisis management systems. Two sets of recommendations were advanced. A recommendation for practice. We found that there was a need for the cruise tourism industry in general to identify and mitigate high impact risk events by formally embracing crisis and ERM strategies. These should entail crisis preparedness and leadership, training, risk monitoring, and a crisis communication plan. For future research, we believe it is important to extend the research effort to regional Caribbean countries to foster the exchange of best practices on crisis preparedness and response in the aftermath of this crisis. In conclusion, the pandemic caused a complex, interconnected crisis involving public health, social and economic outcomes, which impacted the financial performance and liquidity of the global cruise value chain, including local stakeholders. The governing agency pursued crisis recovery strategies, which involve international collaboration on best practices. These findings support the chaos theory model. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaden Schroeder, and assisting with this presentation today is going to be Stephanie Wins and Lisa Thompson. We'll be looking at the topic, an exploration of how training and development influences employee retention within selected organizations. A background. According to Chen and Ho 2001, adequate training does enhance employees' communication, performance ability, and retention. Added to that was Khan et al. 2011, when he stated that training is important for an employee's development as it encourages rewarding skills and abilities not only for the employee, but can also see the organization reducing operational costs, liabilities, as well as moving their goals and objectives. The problem statement. Employees' turnover rate globally is at a whopping 57%, of which 25% is voluntary, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics 2021. Worldwide, we have been hearing about the Great Resignation. In most Jamaican organizations, there has been a massive increase in resignation, according to the Jamaica Productivity Center 2021. Our purpose was to explore how training and development influences employee retention within selected organizations, with our objective being to make recommendations based on our research findings. From our research topic, we coined 3 questions. 1, how does training influence employee commitments in reference to staff turnovers? 2, what other factors do you believe influences employees' retention? And 3, what are the ways in which staff training influences staff retention? Significance of the study. We aimed our study to benefit management by helping them to ensure that effective plans are put in place that would facilitate a moderate, motivated employee workforce, increasing productivity, value added, as well as long service to the organization. Our research also aimed to benefit lower, middle, and upper level employees to be used in order to formulate strategies that would develop specific training programs for the employees' growth and development. I will now hand over to Stephanie Wins.
Thank you so much, Kaden. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our literature review repeatedly indicates that human resource management is the most critical part of every firm, and it is its primary resource. According to Bian et al. 2015, one of the most prominent issues in an organization is employee attrition, which ultimately has an impact on the organization performance and growth. Although our research found a substantial relationship between training practices and employee retention, Other experts contend that benefits like employee attrition are not necessarily the consequence of training and development. Westerman and Donahue, 1989, says cost is one management reason critical to training and is looked at as an asset with questionable returns. Turning to our methodology. Like in 2002, we employed a qualitative methodology on the grounds that the research team did not want to quantify results with numbers, but instead get rich, in-depth data to understand the participants' opinions, thoughts, and personal experiences. For research design, we use a multi-site case study assisted by semi-structured interviews with open-ended questions. Yin 2002 described case study as an empirical analysis that explores the topic to answer the questions on how or why with the phenomenon of interest. 3 organizations in Kingston, Jamaica were selected for a combined population of an estimated 106, of which 18 individuals were chosen to participate in our research. The data collected from the study was analyzed using the deductive approach, which is a thematic approach to data analysis. And this is simply a qualitative method of analyzing data, particularly related to transcripts and text, as referenced by Clawfield 2021. And of course, to ensure that the data was credible and reliable, we use the process of triangulation to verify the information. I now turn over to Ms. Lisa Thompson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This section will focus on the findings of the research analysis and the key themes observed in the research from the respondents. The purpose of this research was to answer the questions. 1, how does training influences employee commitment in reference to staff turnovers? From this question, we got the theme, compensation and benefits, of which training does not impact employee commitment. Question 2, what other factors do you believe influences employee retention? The theme, work environment, was identified, which highlighted the state of the working environment with relation to working conditions. Question 3, what are the ways in which staff training impacts your organization's retention? And low retention rate was identified as a major factor. I thank you. I now hand over to Kadian Schroeder.
Thank you again, Lisa. In conclusion, Chen and Ho 2000 stated that in order to keep skilled workers a harmonious work environment that encourages participation in respect to staff members, while offering competitive compensation benefits with adequate training will in fact enhance performance, proficiency, and retention. Recommendations: put training and development programs in place for lower and middle-level employees. 2, provide adequate compensation and benefits for staff that can attribute to staff motivation. 3, improve employees' technical skills to enhance growth. And finally, recommendations for future research. Conduct a quantitative study to facilitate collection of data, more precise data, and the utilization of a larger sample size. We thank you for allowing us this opportunity and trust that you were edified.
Good afternoon, attendees, judges, and fellow presenters. I am Tatiana Johnson, and I will be presenting on behalf of my research partner, Chevelle Johnson, and myself. Our research topic is the psychological, emotional, and professional experiences of probation aftercare officers who work with trauma victims in Kingston, Jamaica. In today's presentation, I will introduce who probation aftercare officers are, what they do, the importance of the research, how it benefits not only them, but also the wider society. I will also speak on what previous researchers have found on the topic, the method that were used to collect, analyze, and interpret the data, as well as share what we have discovered after conducting research and suggest ways to move forward. Probation aftercare officers are officers of the court who works with wards and inmates in the juvenile and adult correctional institutions. Probation aftercare officers serve as mediators, facilitators, investigators, counselors, confidants, and advocates. They aim to befriend, advise, and assist the offenders during the period of their court order so they can readjust to the acceptable norms of society. This research came about because it was observed that probation aftercare officers sometimes work with victims of trauma and are exposed to these traumatic experiences, which may lead them to develop secondary trauma themselves. The importance of this research lies in the need for probation aftercare officers to implement and develop effective and efficient programs geared towards maintaining a balance between their personal and professional lives. Previous research has found that trauma is a major cause of morbidity and mortality in both the developed and developing world. Some even suggested that it's a disease which has the most negative impact on society today. Research also shows that working with people who have experienced trauma can evoke similar psychobiological changes leading to PTSD or SDS symptoms, as those seen in the survivor themselves. As counselors, they may experience withdrawal, numbness, and uncontrollable anger and rage, as well as shame and guilt as a result of the trauma counseling that they provide. Other research has shown that to cope with the effects, some professionals resort to defensive mechanisms such as self-medication through food, alcohol, drug abuse, and also trauma counseling can reawaken old wounds and erode counselors' sense of trust in the world and humanity today. Unfortunately, the literature on those experiences faced by probation aftercare officers who reside in Jamaica or the Caribbean is little to none. With this research, we aim to discover the psychological and emotional effects of trauma counseling on probation aftercare officers, how it affects their professional lives, the level that it affects it at, as well as what they do now to alleviate these effects and how we can help them moving forward. We took a qualitative approach to doing this research, as well as we used purposive sampling. Our target was probation aftercare officers who have worked with trauma victims in Kingston, Jamaica. This research was conducted with a total of 10 probation aftercare officers who were given questionnaires on paper with both open-ended and closed-ended questions to complete. We then took the data, converted it into charts and tables using Microsoft Excel, so we are able to analyze and interpret. Based on our research, we discovered that the type of trauma victims that were counseled by probation aftercare officers were those that experienced domestic violence, sexual abuse, physical abuse, rape, and gun violence. It was also discovered that not all probation aftercare officers are confident that they are good examples of persons in their field, even though the data shows that the emotions associated with counseling trauma victims are majority positive emotions as opposed to being negative ones. As a means to cope with counseling victims of traumas, the probation aftercare officers chose to talk to someone or exercise or pray. As we move forward, we suggest that probation aftercare officers practice self-monitoring. Self-monitoring is an ethical responsibility of all counselors and indicates a commitment to replenish both personally and professionally. We also suggest that organizations include adequate resources to foster a holistic professional experience. These can include case conferences, continuous educational qualification for professional development, as well as out-of-country experience as being a probation aftercare officer. We also suggest that they experience a brief break or period of relief when they're going in between clients. In concluding, it was found that contrary to what previous researchers discovered, probation aftercare officers, although exposed to a lot of secondary trauma, their coping mechanisms are not as self-destructive. It was also found that they're at a lower risk for STS and vicarious traumatization than other helping professionals who also counsel trauma victims. It was also discovered that the effect of the trauma counseling on probation aftercare officers depend on how long they've been counseling the trauma victims, how frequently they counsel them, and the role expected to be played by them given by the court. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Special thanks to UCC's Research Conference Committee for recognizing our work as undergrad students. Let me acknowledge our president, vice president, heads of departments, our moderator, and of course, my fellow presenters. I am Ricardo Richards. This is a case study on dementia patients living in an old age home. Having received a dementia diagnosis can be a frightening experience, not only for the recipient, but also for the person giving care to this individual. Our study focuses on dementia patients in informal care setting. One of the observations that we have made is that persons in informal care setting lack the training, resources, and competencies when dealing with dementia patients. Dementia is declared as a worldwide public health problem by the World Health Organization. One of the significant challenges in dealing with persons with dementia is that individuals lack the awareness and understanding of what characterizes dementia. The American Psychiatric Association defined dementia as a generalized pervasive decline of memory and at least one other cognitive function, such as language and executive function, due to a variety of causes. It is critically important to note that dementia goes far beyond the biological aging process, and that persons with dementia are significantly or experience significant impairment in almost all aspects of their lives. It is already challenging to care for individuals with dementia, and identifying needs and goals of dementia patients can improve the end-of-life care and the overall health outcome of these individuals. Elmer Shearer and company stated that the lifetime prevalence of dementia in Jamaica is 5.9%, and Alzheimer's type dementia accounts for 60 to 70% of cases worldwide. Our study seeks to answer 4 research questions. 1 is to look at psychosocial experience faced by dementia patients living in an old age home, and to examine how family history of dementia influences early onset, and how living with dementia in an old age home impacts the dementia patient's well-being, and finally, how does educational attainment impact dementia onset? The aim of the study is to improve the understanding of the risk factors associated with dementia onset and the psychosocial experience and quality of life of dementia patients living in old age home. Our data will examine the psychosocial experience and quality of life of dementia patients living in an old age home. It will synthesize and establish how age impacts dementia onset, synthesize and establish how educational level impacts dementia development. This was a case study analysis, and the participants in this study were diagnosed with dementia and are usual residents living with an old age home in Jamaica. The study utilizes both qualitative and quantitative data methods to gather demographic, family history, psychosocial, and quality of life experience of dementia patients. The results of this study indicated that at least one participant had received tertiary level education and 60% received secondary schooling. 50% of the participants were diagnosed with dementia before the age of 60. 80% of the participants had at least one family member living with dementia. Family history and years of living with dementia have shown a significant relationship with a Parsons R of 0.4 and a p-value of 0.9 level of significance. In both domains, the quality of life experience of these patients have indicated that dementia patients enjoy some degree of life prior to being admitted to an old age home. They have also emphasized that the value of having family visiting them is very important. In the psychosocial experience, the dementia patients have indicated that their environment is generally safe and that they feel very cared for in that environment. They have also emphasized that they need to have their families communicate with them so that they don't feel ostracized and isolated all of the time, or that they don't feel useless and that they are unable to do anything for themselves. Our major findings indicated that family history is positively linked to dementia onset. This study indicates that 50% of the participants were diagnosed with dementia before the age of 60. These individuals also had a family history of dementia. Based on the study, 60% of the participants had at least a secondary level education and only 20% having tertiary level. The results are based on 5 individual case studies. The results would have yielded greater understanding of how education levels implicate dementia onset from a larger sample. Individuals' age and dementia onset might have been due to their family history. The study, however, highlights that the psychosocial and quality of life experience of dementia patients need greater integration of family members. Areas of social interaction and meaningful activities are important factors that can improve the overall experience of dementia patients living in an old age home. There are many limitations of this research. One, the psychosocial and quality of life experience of dementia patients living in an old age home has significant limitation. This qualitative study gives a general understanding of psychosocial and quality of life experience of dementia patients in old age homes. This study has provided great insight into our research questions, highlighting that family involvement plays a nurturing role in the care of dementia patients. Future research should look at how age implicates dementia onset and explore deeper the psychosocial and quality of life factors affecting dementia patients in old age homes. Our recommendation is that there must be greater multidisciplinary approach to promote psychoeducational measures to improve dementia care. Also, the need for greater partnership with healthcare facilities can improve and make the dementia patient's life more rewarding. Thank you.
My name is Raquel Warren Walker, and I will be presenting on behalf of my group members, Orville Raymond, Lisa Taylor Bennett, Stacey Duncan, and Tracy Ann Facey. This research explores the factors that ultimately determine consumer preference between secured and unsecured loans for persons within the Kingston metropolitan area. Jamaica has seen exponential growth in domestic loans over the last decade. Consumers today are exceptionally credit dependent and may have a challenging time making fiscal coherence decisions in a way that maximizes their utilities. The purpose of the proposed mixed method study is to determine the main factor for consumer choice between secured and unsecured loans among persons operated in the Kingston metropolitan area. Our research question is the factors that determine consumer choice between secured and unsecured loans among people within the Kingston metropolitan area. The significance of the study is to contribute to theoretical and empirical literature on consumers' decision-making regarding secured and unsecured loans. The limitation of the study is that it was a large sample size is required. Many persons choose not to participate. The delimitation of the study is that focus is narrowed on only adults within the Kingston metropolitan area, and the study focused on secured and unsecured loans and exclude mortgage loans. According to the expected utility model, consumers will consider all possible of loan types, terms, and conditions. A short list of the maximal set of possibilities would be selected that offers the best possible outcome. This informs how the research instructed was constructed. When borrowing, there is a choice between secured and unsecured loans. Unsecured loans requires no collateral, but comes with much higher interest rates. Secured loans are those that require collaterals and reduce the cost of borrowing at the risk of losing their assets. This mixed method study has both quantitative and qualitative elements. The qualitative method is conducted with focus group interview of banking and finance professionals. And the quantitative method was a cross-sectional survey using questionnaires. The targeted population of the quantitative portion of the study will be persons within the Kingston metropolitan area. The estimated size of target population was approximately 651,742 in 2010, according to the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. The instruments will be tested for validity and reliability were tested using various methods. First, the piloted respondent would review and provide feedback to see how well the instrument items alienate the topic concept. The second measurement employed to ensure validity and reliability is the Cranbach alpha test. The quantitative findings analysis was the sample consisted of 238 valid data sets from persons randomly selected in the Kingston metropolitan area. Data for the questionnaires were collected using Form app and analyzed using SPSS software. The qualitative findings and analyses where data were collected from focus group done live over Zoom and analyzed. The Cranbach alpha reliability coefficient for our item is an alpha of 0.829. Given that for greater than 0.80, it suggests that the item concerning loan preference has a very strong level of interval reliability. Based on the result, loan preference scores that were greater than 5 suggest that the participants will take a secured or unsecured loan to cover for needs to settle debt or to buy a car. It is prudent to however, that was not much difference between secured loans preference scores and unsecured loans preference scores. A pair sample was conducted there was a statistical difference between the two. We can conclude that the participants' preference for secured and unsecured loans is generally positive. This means that they have a positive interest in taking loans overall, especially for significant reasons. However, there is no real preference between the type of loans. The annual test found that there is a significant relationship between interest rate and an average unsecured loan preference score, but not for secured loans. We recommended that by reducing the interest rate on loan offers to lower income earners, financial institution will gain more business, which may result in higher profits. Implementations of improved fiscal and monetary policies should be employed to combat inflation and maintain economic stability, else the credit dependence of Jamaica will further deepen. In conclusion, Jamaicans are loan positive as they have a positive interest in loans, but this suggests that they are also credit dependent. The credit dependence is greatly affected by the greater economic pressure faced by consumer. Of all the factors, main of all the main factors affecting loan and interest rate, monthly payment, amount, and loan durations were the main factors affecting loan preference. There is no real preference between secured and unsecured loans for Jamaicans statistically, but secured loans option remain largely inaccessible, even though it would be the lower cost option. Thank you very much for listening to our gentlemen. My name is Raquel Warren Walker.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our undergraduate student presenters. These presentations were submitted to a panel of 4 judges, and the judges deliberated, and we were going to invite very soon representatives from that panel to make presentations to the students who came out on top. But I wanted to introduce you to the judges. So our panel of 4 judges consisted of Dr. Donald Rooms, who is currently chairman of the board of directors for UCC. He also serves as a professor at Florida International University in the College of Business, with emphasis on areas of expertise in the business community engagement, small business innovation, sustainability. Our other judge, Dr. Rhonda Dukwa. Rhonda Dukwa is an assistant professor at UCC. She has 25 years of teaching experience, and she's attached to the Business Administration Department and the Mathematics Department. Our third judge, Dr. Peter Ndaja. Dr. Ndaja has degrees in computer science and mathematics. He is head of Department of Mathematics at UCC. His doctoral thesis was based on the application of the total variation functional. Does that sound like Greek to all of you? Yes, and to me too. So his thesis was based on the application of the total variation functional, and his book on the subject is rated by Google as one of the best 20 books of all times on image edge detection. And our chief judge is Dr. Veronica Reed. Dr. Reed received her PhD in business and management from the University of Nottingham, and she is assistant professor in the School of Business Management here at UCC. She teaches across the business subjects, and this semester, she's facilitating entrepreneurship and macroeconomics. So let's thank our judges. And I'm going to invite both Dr. Reed and Dr. Rooms to join us. Dr. Reed will tell us a little bit about the criteria that was used to judge the presentations and let us know which presentations were considered to be at the top of the pile. And Dr. Rooms will assist us in making presentations of tokens to our student representatives. I believe that we have some students here with us today, and others who are not present in the room will be able to receive their tokens at a later date. I do need to say that all the students who made presentations today will receive a token of thanks. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Reed and Dr. Rooms.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dawkins. My name is Dr. Veronica Reed. I am the lead judge for the undergraduate presentations, and I'm very grateful to have this honor today. For the
judging of the presentations, as Dr. Dawkins said, we had 4 judges and we judged the presentations individually. And then we met and we discussed our findings in terms of choosing the top 3 presentations that we're going to talk about a bit more detail today. So for this conference, I'm not sure if this is the first time we've gotten from such a wide range of students, but we had students from more than 1 department. So we put together like different research rubrics that they would have been using to judge them within their department to ensure that we had a fair assessment of what the students did. And we went through in terms of the different sections that they would have been presenting on, in terms of looking at things such as their research questions. Have they clearly identified the research problem? What kinds of theories and concepts are they talking about, and are they applying them to their research? We put a lot of emphasis as well on their identification of appropriate methodologies, how their data was analyzed. Then the findings section, did they present findings, again, in line with the kind of methodology that they were using? We looked at their analysis and the recommendations that they may have made from their findings. As a social science department, we tend to do a lot of, or I should say faculty, we tend to do a lot of recommendations because we are talking about practical issues. So we focus on both the contribution to research, but also the contribution to practice. In addition, this is a visual and an oral presentation. So we also gave marks for the effectiveness of the students' delivery, the slides or the poster that they use, how well that document was put together. And as well, we do have a few comments about the references and the citations. So we really have a rubric that we go through for each of the presentations, and we grade the presentations before we come together and we determine who are going to be the top presentations for this year. So I would very much start by congratulating the students that were shortlisted. We had 6 groups that were shortlisted. I'd like to congratulate all those students. And as we have seen, some significant topics were tackled: the experiences of probation aftercare officers, factors that affect loan preferences in Kingston, Jamaica, and the impact of training and development on employee retention. So we are seeing across a range of economic and social issues. I would say that I have learned about some areas that I did not know about when I started watching these presentations, and I'm sure that the other judges also got insight into some new areas as well. We also want to make some comments in terms of other students, because at UCC, students will do this research project in each semester. So I hope there are students that are doing their research project that are also watching the conference. So we want to make comments for those students who have presented today, but also comments that we hope will be useful for those who are doing their research now as well. So one of the things I would also like to say before getting into these comments is that what I noticed not only from the undergraduate presentations, but also from the DBA students, which I found very interesting, was that we are consistently hearing that there are many areas of knowledge when it comes to Jamaica, when it comes to the Caribbean region, that does not exist. And so this highlights the importance of having a research agenda, of institutions such as the UCC investing in research and helping to contribute to these areas of national, social, and economic development. So this is something that I would also say for the students' development, but definitely for the wider society development, is something that we need to continue to do. In terms of just some feedback in general, before we get into the top 3, which I know that's what everybody's interested to hear, what would have been good for some of the presentations was a clearer presentation of the research problem. We want to know why it is this thing is important. So again, we may be thinking about loan preferences, but again, why exactly are these things important? And maybe you can put some data behind that. Another area that we see where students may need to think about in terms of working on these areas is a clear presentation of results that is different from your conclusion section. So a real clear presentation of the findings, whether those are statistical findings or qualitative findings, that we need to have that clear before discussing conclusions and recommendations. And finally, we had some issues in terms of the use of APA referencing. So again, that is something that we want to practice and ensure we carry out in terms of doing that. So when we did the judging separately, as I said, we had a meeting and there was an overall meeting of the minds when we talked about the top 3 presentations. So we had 3 of the 4 judges that agreed in terms of number 1 and number 2, and all of the groups that we have in the top 3, we saw them coming up consistently in terms of the ranking of all the judges. And this gives us the idea that these are the best presentations. So not just in terms of the scores, but you're consistently seeing that this group is the first or second across all the judges. The 3rd place presentation for us is from the Behavioral Sciences Department, which is headed by Miss Ione Miller. She was here earlier today. I'm not sure if she's still here. So this presentation or this research was conducted by 2 Johnsons, Chevelle Johnson and Tatiana Johnson, on the psychological, emotional, and professional experiences of probation aftercare officers who work with trauma victims. So yes, we need to bring down the title a little bit. All right, so just a few comments. Just a few comments for group 3. Okay. So if we have anyone from that group here, you can come forward while I make my comments.
What's your name?
Tatiana Johnson, she made the presentation. Yes, Tatiana? So I think that was a very ambitious study. I think it's also a very important topic, and the presentation was very clear. As somebody who's never done research in this area, I could follow what they were saying and I understood the kind of research that they're doing. And I understand that this is student research, but definitely we can think potentially if we're going to do statistical analyses, we may think of some larger samples. But for this kind of topic, I really think you would have benefited from more, from telling us what people said, so we could feel what they feel. All right, thank you. Thank you. Our 2nd place presentation is also from the Behavioral Studies Department. And this study was done by Ricardo Richards and Patricia D'Souza. It is a study on dementia patients living in old age homes. We have any of those? No, we don't have any of those. Well, thank you to those persons, and they would have to, anybody from the department can collect their, or
Faculty member, maybe? No?
anyone help us out? All right, so they will collect it later. For number 2, for Ricardo Richards and Patricia D'Souza. Oh yes, they might be online. I'm not sure if we're. So yes, let's just give them a few items of feedback. So again, as would be expected from behavioral studies students, this was another significant social problem that they were dealing with. One of the things I would say I would have loved to see a little bit clearer on the poster. My eyesight is not so good. So I think that definitely we would have benefited from a clearer poster presentation. And in general, I want students to think about sometimes whittling down your research questions. I can see, having taught research as well, that students will often have many questions that they want to answer, but you really need to think about 1 to 2 questions that you can really do within the time that you have allotted for research. All right. So thank you to group 2 for this, the second place winners. So for the first place in terms of the presentation that we had adjudged to be the top of those that we judged this conference, these are from students from the Business Administration Department, which is headed by Ms. Sonia Davidson. And this presentation was made by Angela Johnson, but the research was conducted by 4 persons, Shamar Lawrence, Shamish Lee, and Paulette Nemard as well, on the financial impact and crisis response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
You guys can do better than that. This is the #1 overall winner. Yeah.
So this focused on a significant economic problem, because we know that the COVID-19 pandemic affected our tourism industry specifically. So this research looked at the cruise ports in Jamaica and how they were affected. I think the poster was very clear and it was engaging. The presentation itself was engaging as well. And there was a clearly defined, the literature framework was clearly outlined, and these models were used in the results in terms of explaining what their results were. In terms of just some other feedback, we were really looking for some thick descriptions. Again, if you're conducting interviews, students, we want to see quotations from the interviews. We want to see what the person said. So we want to have a clear result section, and then you can draw your conclusions from the results that you've gotten. But overall, a good effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reed and Dr. Rooms. And just to say that if you are representing your group today, we do have gifts for all members of the group. So please be sure to check with us afterwards so that you are able to collect on behalf of the other members of the group. And we have tokens for all students whose research presentation made it in the shortlisted group. We thank you very much. We do have 2 other presentations, and these are also undergraduate students, but it is slightly different in that they are from the Information Technology Department. And so they did not do an applied research project. They did a capstone project, and they developed an IT system. So slightly different, and so they were not included in this category. But I'm going to invite you to view those presentations now. 2 presentations. The first from Mr. Rohan Powell, and the topic is the CyRock e-market system. And the second, Mr. Graham Nelson, and that topic, Scholars Jamaica, making it easy for the populace. So these are the IT capstone presenters. Mr. Powell has already graduated from UCC with a major in software development. And Mr. Nelson also graduated this year, 2022, with a Bachelor's of Science in Information Technology. So let us now look at the 2 capstone projects.
Hello, I am Rohan Kaur, and I will be introducing the Syrup e-market system. How unfortunate it is that some small-scale supermarkets and mini-marts do not have an online store in a time when online shopping is the new normal. Sadly, as more businesses move online, these brick-and-mortar stores are gradually losing customers to their online counterparts. And how inconvenient is it that the online supermarkets are in the corporate areas, making it an impractical feat for customers in rural Jamaica to utilize their services, since it might take hours before the customers receive their goods. Not to mention the high cost for long distance delivery, and that's if the service is offered. How frustrating was it when COVID struck and people had to risk getting the virus, all because online shopping was not a convenient option for them? While in some areas in Jamaica, people could, from the comfort of their home, shop, have their goods delivered to them, while customers in rural Jamaica suffered long lines, crowds, and extremely long wait times. Now, these problems inspired the bright minds of Cross's Solutions. They implemented the Syrup e-market system, which will indeed become the hallmark of convenience. The Syrup e-market system is a web-based application which allows supermarkets to register with us to host their business online, thus giving them an online presence. This in turn levels the playing field for small-scale businesses, giving them a chance to compete in the technological age. The Syrup e-market system was built using purely HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and PHP. It supports a simple and clean interface and is so easy to navigate. Purchasing from your favorite store could never be easier. After a successful login, customer is presented with all supermarkets which he or she can make a purchase from. The profile cards for each supermarket give details such as their opening hours and their location. After selecting the supermarket, the customer can add, remove items from their cart, or even clear the cart. A customer can select supermarkets within a 5, 10, 15, and 20-kilometer radius, adding to the convenience of shopping from the closest store. If the customer wishes, he or she can switch supermarkets in the middle of a purchase. No hassle. Besides, your order remains until you return to shop at that particular store. The checkout process begins by having the customer select the delivery address. Where an address is not specified, the one on file will be used as the delivery address. Next, the customer selects the delivery method. For home delivery, the address specified on the previous page will be used. Then, the customer selects the time of delivery and the date when delivery is expected. Next, the customer selects the method of payment. There are three options: credit card, PayPal, or pay on delivery. Then, the customer is presented with a review page where he or she can review the orders. And that's it. It's that easy to shop with the Ciroc e-market system. And there you have it, the Ciroc e-market system, designed and built to add convenience to your everyday shopping. And for you, store owner, an online presence to retain old customers and attract a new customer base. So, say no to long lines, no to crowded stores, and yes to the optimum shopping experience. That is the relevance of the Ciroc e-market system. Ciroc, the hallmark of convenience.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Graham Nelson. Today I'll be presenting to you Scholars JA. Now, Scholars JA is actually a mobile application which was developed by Save Technologies. And Save Technologies is actually a group from the class of 2022. And this was actually a result of our Capstone 2 project. Now, the idea behind this mobile application was to create a user-friendly experience for students within Jamaica who seeks to apply for tertiary education via scholarship grants. Our aim, as previously stated, is to develop a user-friendly mobile application for scholarships for secondary students and, in fact, tertiary students that seek to, continue their tertiary education and would like to obtain scholarship and grant from the various different sponsors within the country. When we looked at during our market research, we identified several scholarship websites, but many of them had significant challenges in relation to the user friendliness of the application, the flexibility. We didn't really find any mobile application. The applications didn't provide any notification services, nor did it extend the help or the aid needed for students to actually write the relevant essay and achieve maximum success within their application, nor did it provide any sort of matches as well. Solution was this mobile application that we call Scholars JA, and in it we seek to alleviate all of those shortcomings I mentioned earlier. The mobile application will be presented via screenshots today. Unfortunately, we were unable to present it live as a result of technical difficulties we encountered with our server hosted in AWS. So rest assured, I will have all the relevant screenshots of the various different modules and menus within the application, and we'll cover all of its features. When the user begin the application, they are first greeted with the welcome screen. And on this welcome screen, the user will get pretty much several screenshots of all of the features that the application provide. Now, the user can use the left and right arrow keys to quickly move to the various different features, as well as they may choose to click on the Get Started button to go ahead and begin. Get started, they are greeted with a login or a sign up homepage. Right, when they click login, the user must have a valid username and password to proceed. Otherwise, they can click the sign up to begin the necessary registration process. Upon entering the sign up page, the user must provide a valid email address and a password and confirm that password. Now, the password must be 8 characters or more, must be alphanumeric, mixed case, as well as contain at least 1 special characters. Clicking on sign up to the registration form, where they will actually provide basic demographic and personal information, as well as they will be able to select their interests and provide their GPA, which is actually used in the match algorithm. On completion, the user is actually greeted with the flash screen or the feedback stating that their profile was created successfully, as shown here. And what we have on the left here is a list of the various different interests that the user can actually select when they actually completing their profile. Upon sign up, the user can then go back to the sign-in screen where they will provide their email address and password. If they forget their password, right, they can use that forgot password option. Likewise, they could also click on the remember me option, where that will actually minimize the number of logins that is actually required. Click takes the user to the home screen. Now, on the home screen, they are first greeted with a message stating whether or not a match was found for them. Then the match is actually presented. So in this case, we're seeing a match for University of Technology Scholarship, and there's another one for BGLC Tertiary Education Grant. Right, the user also have the ability to click on the favorite icon. In doing that scholarship, if they so desire, to their favorite list, or what we call the apply later list. When they click on the scholarship application, right, they will actually be presented with the details of the scholarship. Now, from here, they can see all of the relevant information required for the scholarship, including contact number, email address, and how to go about applying, right? So when you click on the apply button, presented with this screen where they will upload self video, introductory video, and essay that they have actually created, and the necessary files as deemed required by the scholarship. So in this instance, we're seeing where the scholarship is actually requiring transcript, referral letter, copy of CXC and CAPE results, and so on. So the user is able to upload all of that information using the application and then click the submit button. The help capabilities within the application. So upon the help screen, the user is able to contact our support group via the email, as well as this help and support provides daily tips that will enlighten the users as to how to reap the maximum benefit of the application on a day-to-day basis. Elements that we had actually included. So with this notification, the user will actually be notified on new matches, expired scholarship, application result, and have a look at what they have actually applied for. That will be under the result, as well as they applied for scholarships. The profile is an area where the user will have the ability to customize their experience. From here, they are able to upload their profile images. They are able to change various different settings, configure the notification, as well as to sign out of the application. Using the profile setup, the user is able to set up their personal information, as well as edit some of the information that was presented earlier. A lot of the information that was presented earlier is back in this location. But in addition, there is information such as their date of birth and actually their address and program of study. Right? The user is also able to edit their profile image using this form as well. The settings info page allows the user now to set and change their password. It also enables them to keep themselves signed in. So this actually corresponds with the remember me option that we saw earlier. There's also a notification settings that they actually choose whether or not they want to see notifications on new or approved scholarship. also a subscription to our weekly newsletter. From there, the user is able to actually sign out of the application as well as to view information about the application, right? So in terms of the version, the bill number, and the development team. With that in mind, that is actually a brief overview of the Scholars JA. I would like to thank you for your time and hope you have a great day.
Please help me to thank the IT students, IT capstone presentations. Research is a systematic study that is meant to establish facts, reach conclusions, and identify solutions. And what our students have shown this afternoon have been some examples of how they have learned here at UCC to translate theory into practical solutions. So we're very pleased with the work of our students who are already on the cutting edge of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology. And we're proud that all over this country, we already have UCC students who are making an impact. And that impact is on Jamaica, on the region, and beyond. Thank you so much for sharing these presentations with us. And we want to congratulate every presenter. And we also want to congratulate our students whose presentations did not make it to the stage this afternoon. We want to encourage you to continue to be a problem solver and continue to use the theory that you learn here at UCC to create solutions. Thank you so much. And I hand over to Mrs. Knucklewind.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Dawkins, for taking us through the undergraduate research poster presentation and guiding us through the segments of the presentations, the topics, and congratulations again to all of the students who took away tokens for their hard work. And we encourage them to keep it up. And the question, the pertinent question from this segment is being asked to the IT students. Are your applications live? Because persons are interested to use them. All right, so we move now into the quantitative analytical plenary segment. And at this time, I'm going to invite the facilitator of this segment to please join us, Mr. Deron Wilson. And while he makes his way to give his presentation, I will let you know that Mr. Deron Wilson earned his undergraduate degree in logistics and supply chain management before traveling to the USA to enroll in Blackhawk Technical College and obtained multiple executive certifications in the field of logistics. At the World Maritime University in Sweden, he also earned a Master's of Science in Maritime Education and Training. He worked as a lecturer and research supervisor at the Caribbean Maritime University and is currently employed as a full-time virtual lecturer right here at the Commonwealth, the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, excuse me. Please help me to welcome Mr. Deron Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting today on quantitative research. This presentation will provide a practical introduction to the research design, and I hope to whet your appetites for the wonderful presentations to come. In today's presentation, I will be giving an overview of the quantitative research method, characteristics of the quantitative research design, quantitative research tools, collecting data when doing a quantitative research, how do you present your data when conducting a quantitative research, how do you analyze your data when doing a quantitative research, and I will close by looking at some of the limitations when doing a quantitative research. So, what is quantitative research? Quantitative research refers to the systematic empirical investigation of observable phenomena by gathering quantifiable data and performing computational, mathematical, and statistical techniques. Scholars will normally conduct or employ a quantitative research method in their attempt to develop theories, mathematical models, form hypotheses when they're studying certain phenomena. In a quantitative study, we will realize that it tends to be objective versus subjective. We will realize that in a quantitative study, the reasoning tends to be deductive rather than inductive. And the reasoning is deductive in the sense that the reasoning aim at testing and existing theories, while inductive reasoning aim to develop theories. We will realize that when conducting our quantitative studies, we are focusing on numbers. If we should look at qualitative study, that focuses on word. We also, another important thing is that when we're doing our quantitative study, the findings are generalizable, while that may not be the case when we're doing a qualitative study. In quantitative study, measurement plays a very important role. Then what is measurement? Measurement is basically the process of assigning numbers to empirical objects or events. It is central to quantitative research because it provides necessary and fundamental connection between empirical observation and your mathematical expressions. Quantitative research always deals with numbers and figures. It quantifies feelings, it quantifies opinions and attitude, behaviors, and different type of variables with the view of supporting or refuting hypothesis about a particular phenomena. And that's where you see where that deductive reasoning comes in. Quantitative method have several strengths as opposed to using other methods. These strengths include the following, but are not limited to. It allows for broader study involving greater number of subjects and enhancing the generalization of the results. It allows for greater objectivity and accuracy of results. Generally, quantitative methods are designed to provide summaries of data that support generalization about the phenomena under study. Let's take, for example, say we want to understand the impact of COVID-19 on the elderly around the world. In my opinion, a quantitative study would be the best method to employ in this case, as it will help us to gather data much faster, based on how the instruments are designed in a structured way. We can gather objective data much faster, and the data that it collects can be generalized. So personally, I would employ a quantitative study depending on the kind of data that I want to get about the impact of COVID-19 on elderlies. Other strengths of quantitative studies include Applying well-established standard means that the research can be replicated and then analyzed and compared with similar studies. And this is an important element in research. The fact that it allows for the research to be replicated and compared with other studies. In quantitative studies, you can summarize vast source of information and make comparison across categories over time. And additionally, personal bias can be avoided by keeping a distance from participating subjects and accepted computational techniques. So when you're doing a quantitative study, it allows for you to gather, use your structured data collection instruments to gather that data. It allows for you to plug that data into computer system or computerized system. And then that data now can be computed, right? And by doing that, you basically remove the human aspect. So that way, the bias that humans will develop and how humans might use their bias to manipulate or influence the data when you're analyzing it. No, you won't have that in this case when you're utilizing this kind of research. So what are some of the main characteristics of quantitative research design? Well, the data is usually gathered using structured research instruments. And this is very instrumental in being objective as well as valid when doing a research. The results are based on large sample size that is representative of the population. The study can usually be replicated or repeated, giving its high reliability. When conducting a quantitative research, you will realize that you have clear defined research questions to which objective answers are sought. The data are in the form of numbers and statistics, often arranged in tables, charts, figures, or other non-textual forms. It also provides generalized concept more widely, predict future results, or investigate causal relationships. Researchers use tools such as your questionnaire or computer software to collect your numerical data in a quantitative study. So some of the quantitative research data collection tool, and I'm sure I will be seeing quite a few of these being employed here today in some of those presentations to come. You have your questionnaires, structured questionnaires, you have your surveys, you have your structured interview, you have your behavioral observations, which are based upon explicit coding and categorizational schemes. You can collect your data from database. You can collect your data from measurements. Importantly to note, when conducting a quantitative study, before adopting any specific research tools, the researcher should first identify the type of data that they wish to collect. Do you plan to collect primary data? Do you plan to collect secondary data? And based on the decision you make, you can utilize any one of these tools in front of you right now. So when you're presenting your data in a quantitative study, what does that look like? Well, first you have to process your data. You have to conduct your, you have to first conduct your statistical processing. And what is statistical processing? Well, statistical processing include different techniques that allow a detailed analysis of the data. One such technique will offer description of the data, and it is known as your descriptive statistics. Another technique will focus on relationship between your variables, looking for association or your correlation, and that is known as your relational statistics. The third form of statistical processing is your significant testing, which inform about the extent to which our findings reflect the criteria of target population and whether the study allows generalization of the findings. I'm sure a lot of seasoned researchers here with us today will agree with me that the SPSS tool is one of the most powerful statistical analytical tool that we can use when we're doing our quantitative study. The SPSS tool, everyone, is a very powerful tool that definitely help researchers a lot to ease the work, to analyze the data, and definitely to help the data to help us to analyze the data more reliable and more accurate. So I will encourage everyone to try and get an understanding of the SPSS tool and utilize it in your research whenever you're doing your research. But let me give you an introduction of this SPSS tool. The SPSS tool is a software and it is widely used as a statistical analytical tool in the field of social science. You will realize that the SPSS tool is used a lot in market research, in surveys, in competitors analysis, and other different areas in social science. This tool is a comprehensive and flexible statistical analytics tool, and it is very useful for data management also. As mentioned before, this tool is one of the most popular statistical tools, which help to perform what we say complex data manipulation and analysis with ease. Some of the functionalities of this tool include your data transformation, your data examination, your descriptive statistics. You can use this tool to help you draw your charts, your graphs, your pie charts, your bar charts, all of the following. The SPSS tool can also help you to draw your linear models. It can help when you're doing your reliability testing. It can help for correlation. It can help for your t-test. Yes, I know that this tool might sound complicated, but honestly, it is not. It is a very easy to use tool and easy to learn. And a very important thing about the user interface is that it resembles or it mirrors the Microsoft Excel. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Microsoft Excel. So the fact that this tool mirrors the Microsoft Excel, it makes it very user-friendly. It not only user-friendly, it includes a lot of data management system also, and editing tools that you can use. It offers you in-depth statistical capabilities, and it offers excellent features for plotting, reporting, and presenting your findings. So the SPSS tool, everyone, very important tool that definitely can improve the accuracy of the researches that we are doing. Statistical data processing. So when you collect your data, that raw data, by itself, it really doesn't mean anything. All right? But the data, when you collect your data by itself, it don't mean nothing. But we have to make that data make sense. And by making that data make sense, we call that the statistical processing. How do we process all of that raw data into meaningful data, right? So, for example, say we want to understand the length of herring fish in Kingston Harbor. After you collect the data, you can put all this data into table format or basically record the data. By recording the data in the table format, you could quickly find your outlier. So here we see where the length of the herring, we have 19, we have 21, we have 27, we have 16, we have 23, and you see. Well, here we have a herring the size of 2,954 centimeters. This in itself shows that something is not right here. Either this is an extremely large herring or this was just an error. And this data have the capability, the potential to basically skew all of this data. So what we can do, we can erase this data. And then now we can basically see here where we erase that data, and these are our new data that we're working with. After we have this data set here, we can now sort this now from the shortest to the longest. Here we have the shortest herring being 16 centimeters, the longest being 27. By looking at this table here, it makes much more sense and easier to understand than looking at this first one. So this is just a simple way of how we can process our data. When processing our data, we can even utilize what we call frequency table, frequency distribution table. And this will help us to make better sense of the data. Here we can see where the data of the herring were placed into 3 bins ranging from size 15 to 20, 20 to 25, and 23 to 30. So here we see how we're making sense of the data, and by looking at it, you can have a better idea of the length of the herring in Kingston Harbor and their length. To make it even more visual and easier to understand, we can create a frequency histogram. After finding the frequency of your data, the data can be presented using a frequency histogram. Here, it provides the reader with a very clear and effective message about the size of the herring in Kingston Harbor. And this is one way in which descriptive statistics help us to analyze and present our findings in a quantitative research study. And I am sure I will be seeing a lot of graphs and charts and statistical tools in the wonderful presentations to come. Describing central tendency is another big ticket item when we're talking about quantitative research and statistical methods. So the measure of central tendency are used to compute the average, the most common, the typical value in a distribution. The most useful measure that used to compute such values are your mean, your median, and your mode. Their application now will be, to be honest, the application of the median, and the mode will depend on the nature of the data described. So your mean will describe the central tendency in a single value, and it is useful when the data is continuous and symmetrical. It is useful when carrying out statistical analysis that assume a normal distribution. Your median now, it describes the central value in a data set. This can be useful when dealing with skewed data or data containing outliers. Your mode describes the values the mode describes the value or values having the highest frequency in your data. This can be used when the data is of non-numerical value. So dispersion is another big ticket item when we're talking about statistics and quantitative study. So the dispersion now, it measures basically where these measures are employed when we need to know how far the scores are spread around the mean and about the average deviation of the scores from the mean. So you will have your variance, and your variance basically speaks to the average of the distance of an individual score from the mean. And then you will also be able to calculate your standard deviation, which is normally the square root of your variance. And in statistics, your standard deviation is basically the measure of the amount of variation or dispersion of a set value. A low standard deviation, it indicates that the value tend to be close to the mean. And we call that the expected value of the set, while a high standard deviation indicates that the value are spread out over a wide range. In quantitative, when we're doing quantitative study, it also gives us the opportunity to find the relationship between variables. And here now, this is basically here, we're looking at correlation. So correlation, so if we say, how are two variables correlating? It is true that one variable is dependent on the other. When the independent variable change, how does the independent variable change? These are just some questions that we need to ask. And these are questions that correlation can help us to identify. So let's say, take a look at job satisfaction and productivity. Does productivity impact job satisfaction? Does job satisfaction impact productivity? When you're conducting a quantitative study, you can conduct your regressional analysis and your correlation. And this will help you to understand how these variables interact and associated with each other. So you have the Y variable and you have your X variable. As the independent variable increase, normally the dependent variable will increase. All right, and that way we'll say you have a positive correlation. When we do our calculation and we work out our correlation, the closer the answer is, or the closer the figure is to 1, you will have, the stronger the correlation will be. The further the figure is away from 1, the weaker the correlation will be. So if you have a 0.20, you will say that you have a very low correlation. You will have a low if the coefficient has the value between 0.21 and 0.40. You will have a moderate if the coefficient value is between 0.40 and 0.70. You will have a high correlation if the coefficient has a value of between 7.1 and 9.1. You have a very strong correlation if the coefficient is over 0.91. Another big ticket item in quantitative research is testing of significance. And test of significance is important when you're conducting a quantitative study. Why? Because you basically employ your test of significance when we want to know about the significance of our findings. That is about the extent to which the findings of the study reflect or are consistent with what happened in the larger population. Example, are our findings truthful reflection of what happens in the target population, or the result of the methodological or other problem? Or better, can our findings be generalized? So our test will help us to understand these things. Okay, can our findings be generalized? It will help us to test our hypothesis. So the two most popular tests that I will introduce is, one is your chi-square test and your t-test. The t-test is a statistical calculation that measures the difference in the means between two sample groups. The result from a t-test evaluates the significance of the mean difference to determine whether the outcome occurred by chance Additionally, the t-test is a parametric analysis tool as it requires the computation of the standard deviation and the mean of a set of data. There are different tests you can use depending on the type of data you're evaluating. Your chi-square test, that you use your chi-square test to test your hypothesis, as well as you use your t-test to test how best your data can be generalized. And we can discuss these further, but we don't have the time today. All right. So let's take a quick look at some of the limitations of employing a quantitative study. So the quantitative research method, it has its own weakness and limitation. Some of these weakness and limitation are: one, it requires a large number of respondents. The larger the sample, the more statistical accurate the findings are. Two, it is costly. Reason being, because of the large sample that is required, because of the large amount of people that will take part in the study, you need resources to reach out, to reach these people. Three, much information are hard to gather using structured research instruments, specifically on topics such as, for example, premarital sex, domestic abuse, and other sex sensitive topics. You'll realize that the structured research instruments cannot collect the data, or cannot facilitate to collect the data that people need to explain to give you the most accurate response in these situations. Four, if data collection instruments are not correctly prepared and include error, it can cause the data collected to be inaccurate and invalid. And this is a major weakness of the method. Final weakness is that the research instruments preparation and validation may take time if no standardized tools are available. So these are some of the weaknesses of quantitative research instrument design. However, it is important to note that a quantitative research method in a research where a qualitative research method should be used will not produce the needed results. All right. And that marks the end of my presentation. Do we have any questions? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Deron Wilson and his quantitative presentation. It was very detailed and I learned a lot. And yes, SPSS is indeed a very powerful tool, which many of our faculty members and researchers are at different stages of familiarity and comfort level, but are well on their way to using. I will pause for just a moment and make very special mention of our sponsors for day one of the research conference. And the UCC would like to thank Star Apple AI for their contribution, as well as Kiss Baking Company for their recognition and contribution of our conference here today. We could not have this conference and its presentation without our sponsors, so we thank them very much. And we are right upon the end of our day one session. We have our final presentation in innovation from the Innovation Center. This is the final research presentation. And so I will introduce to you our presenter, Ms. Bethany Clark. She is a third-year UCC student pursuing a bachelor's in computer science. She plans to use her qualifications and skills to build a path in the field of entrepreneurship. And she lives by the very powerful words, I am the head and not the tail. I am above and not beneath. She is presenting this afternoon on the topic collecting payments online. Please welcome her.
Good day, everyone. My name is Bethany Clark, and I'll be doing a presentation on e-commerce and payments. We're going to start with the banking edition. There are a number of banks in Jamaica: Sagicor, NCB, VM, CIBC, and the list goes on. When creating an account, you have to find your preferred bank, depending on the products and services that they offer. You're going to need your national ID and a fee for opening the account. You'll also need character witnesses or character references, so when the bank calls to verify your identity and the type of person you are. When this verification process is over, you'll collect your cards and be able to pin them at a location deemed by the bank. We're going to go into the Visa debits and the MasterCard. The application for both are similar to creating a bank account. You find your bank that you prefer with the services and benefits that they have, and they ask for your character witnesses and your ID for verification purposes. Then we move to the pros and the cons of Visa debits and MasterCard. There is no annual fee or interest, so you can keep your money there as long as you need to without having to pay a fee. Unlimited transactions, money management, it is accepted worldwide, and you have 24/7 security and protection in the fraud protection service. There is contactless payments, exclusive offers and benefits, and depending on the type of member you are in your bank, these benefits will get better. The only con of the Visa debits and the MasterCard is that you have limited spending. This is because the amount of money that you have in your account depends on what you want to purchase. If you're trying to purchase something with more than the money that you have in your account, you have to get that money elsewhere. So that is the only con of the Visa debits and the MasterCard. We're going to move on to the types of payment collecting apps. We're going to be speaking about YPay, Zoom, Google Pay, Stripe, Apple Pay, PayPal, Link, and Easy Payments. YPay was created in 2016 as a result of the Caribbean's challenges with digital payments and the lack of financial inclusion. PayPal. PayPal was originally founded in December of 1998 by Max Leachin, Peter Thiel, and Luke Nosek, with the fundamental belief that having access to financial services creates opportunity. PayPal allows their users to conduct transactions online or in person. Due to its diversity, the PayPal platform, which includes Braintree, Venmo, and Zoom, allows users to receive money in more than 100 currencies and holds balances in their PayPal accounts in 25 currencies. Zoom. Zoom is a member of the PayPal platform. The only thing is that it originated from the Caribbean, but it provides the same services as PayPal. Google Pay. Google Pay is a digital wallet and a payment platform. It provides card accountability, money management, a reward system, and it is secure. Users with Android devices can pay for transactions in store or on any website that supports Google Pay. Apple Pay. Apple Pay replaces physical cards and cash. It is secure and internationally accepted. The wallet app provides card accountability, and you're able to send and receive payments instantly. Stripe. Stripe is an API platform that allows for payments to be made online overseas. It has other products available, such as business operation and other financial services. Finally, Link. Link is a Jamaican app that allows for a variety of payments to be made to friends and family. The advantages of Link. It is secure. There is no need for face-to-face interaction for the setup. There is no deposit needed for the creation of the account. It has a referral system, and it provides a top-up feature, which is solely for Jamaica. It also has a merchants listing, which allows for you to create a list of all the companies or businesses that you need to have on your payment plans, and allows you to send them payments instantly without needing to constantly get their information. Link now has the option of cryptocurrencies and bill payments and currency conversion. The only con that Link has currently is that there is more security needed as to be assured that your money is safely kept. Easy Payments. Easy Payments was developed in a response to the growing demand for individuals, small business, medium-sized and established businesses that wanted to start processing online payments immediately. It works like PayPal, allowing merchants to send payment requests directly. Requests can be sent to Facebook, WhatsApp, or Instagram as payment instructions. These funds go straight to your Jamaican accounts. We're going to be moving on to selling products. Instagram. Instagram business allows for you to create a shop where you have your products, prices, and instructions on different and a variety of products. The pros of Instagram business: it allows for a visual reference of products. Social platform allows for hashtags for a comparison of products with other businesses, location tagging, and response in real time. The cons, however, of Instagram business is that not everyone is on Instagram. Advertisement may be out of reach, such as other parts of the country will not be able to receive certain advertisements. And sending customers to websites. If a business's website is not phone worthy, it can cause issues for the viewer that is trying to see a product on their website. Finally, we move to WhatsApp Business. WhatsApp Business is a free to download app built for small businesses, allowing users to connect with customers easily by using tools to automate, sort, and quickly respond to messages. The pros of WhatsApp Business: it has a personal individual response, WhatsApp status engagement, community involvement, faster personalized feedback, perfect for small and medium businesses, end-to-end encryption, and allows for cataloging of products. Unfortunately, the cons of WhatsApp Business has chatbots and it's ineffective for company-wide communication. This has been my presentation on e-commerce and payments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bethany Clark, for your presentation on collecting payments online. And ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the conclusion of day one of UCC's 6th annual research conference. You have stayed with us and you have listened to our presentations and you have asked questions and you've participated. Thank you so very much, because without your receptiveness and in our audience, we would be speaking to ourselves, and that is no fun at all. So we thank you for remaining, and we thank you for those who had to come out, that you returned to the Zoom chat. Thank you so much. And at this time, I will step back and ask Chevelle Honeywell to bring closing remarks on this day one of the conference. Thank you.
Chairman of UCC Board of Directors, Dr. Donald Rooms, UCC Board of Directors and Foundation Board members. Group Executive Chairman, UCC Group of Companies, Dr. Winston Adams. Deputy Group Executive Chairman, UCC Group of Companies, Mrs. Geraldine Adams. University President, Dr. Aldine Davies. University Chancellor, Professor Dennis J. Gale. The Most Honorable Professor, Sir Kenneth Hall. Executive Vice President, Institutional Effectiveness and Research, Professor Bernadette Warner. Associate Vice President, Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Yvonne Dawkins. UCC Chaplain, Pastor Samuel Lewis. Supervisors from the University of Sunderland in the United Kingdom. UCC Doctoral Honorees 2022, Dr. Leighton McKnight, Dr. Godfrey Dyer, and Dr. Sandra Reed. Other specially invited guests, judging panel for undergraduate research posters, learned research presenters, and all other participants, UCC faculty, staff, and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to deliver closing remarks at what has been a day of outstanding presentations at the opening of our 6th annual academic research conference. Our faculty, graduates, students should be justly as proud as you have all exceeded expectations. While we fully expected that the presentations would be at a very high level, it was edifying to receive the information shared in such a dynamic and inspired manner. While we fully expected that the presentations would be at a very high level, it was edifying to receive all the information shared in such a dynamic and inspired manner. It was very clear to us all that a lot of preparation went into the delivery of the papers, and this has in turn contributed in a very tangible way to realizing the aim of the conference and informing and educating us all. We were enthralled by our DBA presenters and our undergraduate research poster presenters. You surpassed the bar, as did our IT capstone project presenters, participants in our quantitative analytic plenary, and our innovative research presenter. Our superb moderators, Dr. Yvonne Dawkins, Mrs. Tajane Knucklewaint, our online question and answer administrator, Mr. Ricardo Madden, and the facilitator, Mr. Darren Wilson, all expertly guided the program at a highly professional level that complemented the individual and team presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, for alike, these are excellent for the students of UCC to connect with their peers and specialists in their fields of research. It provides an opportunity to showcase the seminal research being done at the UCC by faculty and students and the sharing of findings with the industry and the public at large. The annual UCC Research Conference opens a realm of opportunity for our graduates and is an invaluable stepping stone into their chosen field of work professions outside of the UCC. This may be the beginning of future engagements for many, including those who may have not presented today, but are energized and inspired by the research that has been shared. Congratulations to you all. We wish you success in your future journeys. We acknowledge the kind support of our sponsors, including Star Apple Analytics and Kiss Baking Jamaica, without whom this conference would not have been possible. We feel certain that you are satisfied that your generosity has supported an impactful result that bodes well for Jamaica. Thank you.